usually back then, if you picked up a Super Nintendo game that was worth something, it was a good chance it would be worth more later. So, Final Fight Guy. I mean, you could buy Final Fight for $12. Or you could get Final Fight Guy for $200. I think I paid $110 or something or back in the day. The difference is because you can play as the character Guy, which you can't otherwise. Alright, here's another fun game. Goof Troop. It's a fun game, especially as a two-player co-op game. It's a good time. No blemishes. Alright, what do we got next? Gradius 3. A little bit of a sum on the back and the O. Nothing a toothpick couldn't fix. I put no blemishes because I could get that out in a matter of 5 seconds with a toothpick. Alright, next up. Honestly, I don't know if this game's any good. I don't even know why I got it. Gun Force. It's awkward to try to figure out what angle I'm holding it up so you guys see it with the light shining appropriately. I mean, could you go for a more generic name and looking picture of just robots shooting guns in a forceful way? A little bit of torn label action on the back. Other than that, she's in good shape. It's like, I don't know if I bought this at the store or I got it as part of a eBay sale. Apparently there is. Drakendite. You know what Gun Force is? If you do, let me know. Because apparently I don't. Next. Illusion of Gaia. This is a game that I shouldn't really have because it's not really my cup of tea. At least I believe it's not. But I think I got it as like a grouping of games. Free, no blemishes. Yeah, that's what I thought. It wasn't all that good. I don't know why I have it. Like I said, it probably came in a group of games. Here's one that I was told was decent, and I probably should play this sometime. Kendo Rage. Here's an instance where I bought it and I left the price tag on to see if... I kept leaving the price tags on. I used to take them all off, but I prefer to leave them on now so that I can remember what I paid for something when I got it. So in this instance, I paid $34.99. And now it says it's at $40. So it hasn't like gone down in value. And I know that I wasn't ripped off on what it was worth. Huh. Very cool. Next up, fun game. Kirby's Avalanche. Good mix on the Puyo Pop franchise. Click that. And then we got after that Kirby's Dream Course. I didn't really play this one growing up, but I did watch a good amount of Game Grumps playing some Kirby's Dream Course. And it's the type of game I would enjoy. And I went through a kick where I was collecting a lot of Kirby games. Like, sometimes I'll just go on a kick for a certain focus point. Like, I went on a big focus of getting beat-em-ups and shooters. Or I went on a kick of getting Kirby games. Basically, yeah, Kirby Golf, but it's a little different than your normal golf type game. Actually, it's a lot different. Alright, so I do have the Ken Griffey Jr. Major League Baseball. I do have a second copy there. So we will do that one. The second copy is in a Blockbuster case. Game. It's got a Blockbuster sticker on the back as well. No more sticker. I don't want to put box. I will. Box is a Blockbuster rental case. Success. Alright, next stack. Moving right along. Kirby's Dream Land 3. I believe this was one that I picked up at SGC. There was a really good vendor there that kept bringing out new stuff each day. And his prices, it's always good when you can find a vendor at a convention where their prices are like friendly prices, not convention prices. So I guess he was a local person to the area, so he didn't like have to travel with a bunch of stuff. So he wasn't up pricing all his stuff based on that. And usually when you can be friendly with these people and you buy a decent amount of stuff, you can get some decent deals in return. So I can't remember if I had utilized my Iron Man of Gaming clout at all, but I probably could have back in the day, since I was at the convention that the Iron Man of Gaming took place at. I want to say I might have paid 80 for it, or 75. No, I don't think Blockbuster will be asking for that back. And I'm okay with that. I kind of like... It wasn't a rental game. I bought the game from Blockbuster. It was a for sale, but they sold them in the rental cases. I just think it's kind of cool that they've got the... that I've got a case, because that's got more nostalgic value than the original box does for me. Next up is Kirby's All-Star. Once again, like I said, I went on a Kirby kick. I do not have Kirby Adventure 2 though, and I believe that would have been on the NES. I do have Kirby's Adventure, the original. Game, no blemishes. Alright, here's one that I played on stream that was a fun time. I was getting this when I was in my kick of looking for, lesser known games that are good. Super Nintendo. Knights of the Round. A good side-scrolling slash 'em, beat 'em up style arcade game from back in the day. That whole Dungeons and Dragons style, Golden Axe style game. Knights of the Round. Whoa, I did not realize that was going for that much. I don't remember what I paid for this. Pretty sure I bought it online. Alright, another loose copy of Legend of Zelda. Outside of the box copy I have. So it's probably under Z for Zelda Link to the Past, because that makes sense. Add another copy. Game. No blemishes. This is one that I got just because, and I got this at SGC as well, that convention, from that same vendor I mentioned before. I loved playing this on PC growing up. I never played it on the Super Nintendo, but I'm pretty sure it works with the mouse, which is Lemmings 2 Tribes. It wasn't so much, like, I loved the original Lemmings growing up, and the original Lemmings on Super Nintendo is actually a blast. Lemmings 2 I loved on PC. They went from like 8 or 10 styles of Lemmings to like 40 plus, and they just added all kinds of crazy ones. And I used to just not like playing the game, but just play a random whatever and play around with all the different Lemmings types. I've spent hours just dinking around with moving Lemmings around a screen and giving them superpowers. Normal wear. Nothing fancy about this one. The original, yeah, I have the original boxed. This is our original Lemmings that we had growing up. Unless you're saying you also have the original boxed, which, if we do, we both have it boxed, which is awesome. I need to get the original of this. I do not have it, but I do have the sequel, Lost Vikings 2. Lost Vikings is a fun game to play if you've got more than one person. It's a puzzle game. Is it Lost Vikings 1 under The Lost Vikings? I noticed that it wasn't there. Yes, it is. Okay. I need to pick up the original. Didn't necessarily know this was worth that much either. Oh, the original PC box release. What's Lost again, Drakendite? I don't know if it was their first game, but it was definitely back in their early games. I want to say they might have had some before Lost Vikings. I swear they must have. But yeah, it was something they did work on, and it was fun. They're Lost. We'll be back, willing to acknowledge the Vikings. Oh, jeez. I understand what you're saying now. Consider me slow. Okay, here was another one I'd streamed. Much like Knights of the Round, this one is in the same vein. Magic Sword. Here, if I hold it close enough, it focuses on it. I just wasn't holding it close enough ever. So you guys always got the blurry form. Magic Sword was fun. Simple. Side-scrolling. Basic. But it does what it needs to do. Which is be a fun game. And control well. But difficult. So built on the concept that you put more quarters in to keep going. RPM Racing, you mean RC Pro-Am Racing? Alright, what do we got next? Yep. Mickey Mania, the timeless adventure of Mickey Mouse. We gotta focus on it. Regular wear on that. Mickey Mania. Nothing fancy. Platforming action. No, normal wear. Yes. Merlin. Alright, what do we got next? It's funny because when I'm grabbing titles, I don't even know what I'm grabbing. It is not the most exciting. Alright, here's a just a classic here. NBA Jam Tournament Edition. Nothing fancy here. But it's a good one to have. All night, always on. Wow, that's $10. Normal wear. Torn label. I played a lot of NBA Jam on the Super Nintendo back in the day. Never had Tournament Edition. Never even had NBA Jam, but we played it like all the time, renting it or at a friend's place. As long as one person had it, that's all you needed. I really did enjoy playing the On Fire Edition, the later one. All right, here we go. Here's getting back into Rare Town, or Less Common Town. We got Ogre Battle, March of the Black Queen. I'm going to put normal wear. Edges are a little worn, but overall not bad. No volume. Huh. I must have traded some games or something, because I remember some other ones that I'm not seeing. Oh well. Next up, Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures. Plays completely different than anything Pac-Man should ever be a part of. But look at that face. Not what I'd call a great game. But it is Pac-Man. If you've never seen it, it basically plays as a second-person game. And it's one of the few games I could ever call second-person. Where you don't have direct control of Pac-Man at all. You basically have the ability to influence him. You have as much control over Pac-Man as you do Seaman and Seaman. It's not even point and click, because you could click somewhere and tell someone to go something. You have full control. Over him, you're like, I think you should go over there. And Pac-Man's like, maybe, maybe not. Maybe I'll go over there. And that's what I remember about the game. I always thought of it as like a second-person perspective. You can never really say that about too many things. But I'm saying it about Pac-Man 2. I wish it was as easy as point and click. I probably need to go back and play this again on stream sometime. Sounds awful. I mean, back in the day, it was different. Different doesn't always translate to good, but I can appreciate different even if it's awful. Just because it's different. Alright, next up, this is a good one. A friend of mine recommended to me. Peacekeepers. This is a good, fun beat-em-up. Here's one that's it's a shooter with one of the worst covers of all time. Phalanx with the classic old dude sitting on a rocking chair with a banjo. Peace through superior firepower. That's exactly what it is. Nothing like keeping the peace by going to punch people in the face. When someone doesn't have a face, it's hard pressed for them to do anything but keep peace. I mean, I think I might have played this once. But it was a shooter, so it went on the list of games to get when I was collecting shooters. Here's one that I had back when it was growing up. I love this game, Populous. It's a shame that more games weren't like this coming out of Lionhead Studios or Bullfrog or whatever you want to call it. Or whatever the hell he calls himself now. I had a lot of fun playing this, though. I'd probably still have fun playing this if I booted it back up, to be perfectly honest with you. Hey, Pinball Undesirables, sure have. We're actually making good progress. We're actually almost done with the Super Nintendo games. I learned that I'm able to put in doubles, so I went back and I got all my doubles entered in, which is great. I believe somebody was asking about this one the other day. I have no idea who it was, but Rock and Roll Racing. A fun game as well. The only thing is, much like RC RC Pro-Am, it hits like a wall of difficulty. Based on how you upgrade your car. A little bit of tiny amount of wear on the... We'll put normal wear on it. You gotta keep peace however you can manage. Whatever it takes. Alright, so here's a series of games that are kind of... got a soft spot for. I'm not saying they're great, but I certainly would never say they're bad. And they're always a lot of fun. It's WWF Royal Rumble on the Super Nintendo. Being able to put all those characters in the... I think you can get 6, actually, at a time. In the ring for the Royal Rumble was a lot of fun. I have it under R for Royal Rumble, but I'm sure it's WWF Royal Rumble, which it is here. Always a fan. And it's nice to go back and relive that era time frame of wrestling. And it still is fun to play today. I'm not going to lie. Normal wear. A little bit of tearing on the back. Uh-oh. A Genesis kid. Well, I'll get to my Genesis soon, but I have a much smaller Genesis collection. I mean, you have to... You can't compete with the arcade. And back then it was great when you couldn't, because it gave you something else to look forward to out in the arcade. Alright, that's that stack. That row's complete. Alright, next up. Here's another good one. I picked this one up at Lost Ark Arcade when I was there for the Pinball State Championships in 2004, maybe? I don't remember what year it was. I was in the top 16 for Pinball State Championships. Nowadays, I don't play enough stuff to get enough pinball points to be a part of that, but that's okay. Run Saber. It's the Strider for the Super Nintendo, if you will. Email the help desk. What is SOS? Okay, I've never seen that one. So here's Run Saber. And it's a good shape. No blemishes. I do not have any of the Streets of Rage. But I do have some other good ones. And some rare ones. Wrong stack. Here we go. Moving along. Here's one that I never played that I should have played because of my love for Secret of Mana. But I picked this up not that long ago. Once again, it was actually it was at SGC again at a different table. Secret of Evermore. Supposed to be the successor, if you will, spiritual successor of Secret of Mana. But it never got the accolades, and I never played it, so in all honesty, I don't even know if it's why it wasn't as good. But see, I think the thing with Streets of Rage, like Genesis, I never got into the collecting on it, so there's still room for me to get in on Genesis. I would just need to have the right games to go for on it. There's always more room to collect some. Alright, so here's a rare game that I heard about, I believe, thanks to Pro Jared. And that would be Sonic Blast Man 2. He reviewed both Sonic Blast Mans, I believe, and stated that the first one played much slower and would highly recommend the second one over the first one. So I didn't even bother with the first one. And playing this, actually, it's pretty fun. Here's another good one that's easy to find on most any shoot 'em up recommended list. Is Space Megaforce. If you're looking for a really good just shooter, easily recommended. It's gone up significantly in price though, and it keeps seemingly going up. I'm glad I picked it up, probably in this range, and then it shot up again unknowingly. I almost picked up a boxed copy of it, I think for like $200 a while back too. But I did not. But I do have a copy of the game, and that's all that matters. You'll see Austin play this one once in a while as well, but I believe he's just playing it on emulation. But I could be wrong on that too, so don't take my word on that. Alright, next up, here's one for your Genesis folk. Sparkster. If any of you out there played Rocket Knight on the Genesis, here's the Super Nintendo equivalent, Sparkster. I feel like the Rocket Knight Adventures is better than Sparkster in my opinion. Well, you gotta bring the Force. Space Megaforce is about as bland as a name can be. But as far as a shooter goes, top-down shooter, it's pretty much almost got everything you could hope for. Great upgrade system, the right amount of difficulty, and it just plays smooth. Looks really good too. My game collection is doing better than your 401k. Well, I could consider this partial to 401k if I had any plans on selling this someday, which I don't necessarily do. I have no idea what I'm going to do. Last time I was streaming this, someone asked me what I plan on doing with this when, I get older. And that was a really good question, I will say. Rocket Knight. I will say on the 360, Xbox 360, they made a reboot of Rocket Knight. And if you haven't played that, I highly recommend that. That game was fantastic, and that's what got me into collecting the Rocket Knight games. Here's one that I was always trying to get my hands on, but I never did quite do it until not that long ago, because the price kept going up, and I was just like, I was never happy with the price people were offering. Sunset Riders. Another shooter, or side-scrolling action arcadey shooter style. There was someone at Replay Effects trying to sell a copy of this, and they were asking way too much, and they wouldn't budge at all. And I'm like, geez, it's like, I don't need to pay an extra $20 just because I'm here. I will wait it out, and I finally did and picked it up locally. Alright, next up, Super Adventure Island. Fucking liquor. Good side-scrolling platformer. Next up, I'm sure no surprise, Super Adventure Island 2. Dragon's Lair. Action, they're doing the up and down. Rampage destroying the whole town. More pixels. What you were just listening to, actually, this song as well, is Whitey Cracker. The album that you're listening to right now, and it's on a random mix of a bunch of stuff, is Introducing Niels. Highly recommend it. Very highly. The whole album is a storyline that goes in order. So listening to it out of place is a little weird, but it's still fun. Super Bomberman up next, the original. The original Super Bomberman. I guess the original would be Bomberman. But it's not Super Bomberman 2 is what I'm getting at here. Me. No blemishes. Pretty sure that's my original. I think I had Super Bomberman 2 in box. I did. Alright, that's it for that stack. Not a problem, Pinball Undesirable. Alright, we're in the last section here, and I've got a few random, I've got like 5 carts sitting over there that I need to account for. And I can add in all my Shaq Foos too. That'll be fun. Alright, here's a fun one. And also known as Pang Adventures, which I didn't learn until recently. But Super Buster Brothers on the Super Nintendo. Unfortunately, it's not 2 players, which is one of the big things about the game that makes it good. But it's still fun to play. Put normal wear, there's a little bit of schmutz on the front and on the back. Alright, next up, classic, if you will. Super Ghosts and Goblins. Sorry, Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Super Ghouls and Ghosts. I always get confused by which ghosts, goblins, ghouls, what order they want to be in, what system they're on, what platform. Alright, we're into the supers. This one is no blemishes. Buster Brothers. Have you not heard of that, Drakendite? The game that makes you hate life. Why is that? Are you talking about in the competitive sense? Alright, another classic. Super Mario All-Stars. Nice compilation of Mario games. It's not the Super Mario World edition, though. I'd pick that up for good if it was sitting around, and maybe there'd be no reason to pick up the Mario World edition with having this and Mario World. Game. I'll put normal wear. There's a little bit of some on it. Oh, Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Yeah, the game that makes you hate life. Stream delay sucks. That's okay, man. We're able to figure it out. We were able to figure it out. Alright, next up is a loose copy of Super Mario RPG Legend of Seven Stars. Which we already have in the collection as a complete title, but we can put in the double. And she's no blemish. And of course, I need to get a box copy of this Super Mario World, the original. It's the kind of game that I should have the box for. Although that's an expensive upgrade to a box. Just to buy a box. But it is an amazingly good game. Alright, here's once again one of my favorite, or my favorite 2D platformer of all time. And I do have a box copy, but I can enter in my extra loose copy. Super Mario World 2, Yoshi's Island. And I have this just because, you know, as a pinball person, you can't help but pick these up sometimes. Super Pinball. $3.99 is what I paid, apparently. Behind the Mask. Super Pinball Behind the Mask. Let's see what this $3.99 is going for nowadays. Oh. Looks like I'm pulling in a profit of 7 cents. But I did pay tax on it, so I guess I'm at a loss. Normal wear. And another good one. This would be one I wouldn't mind having a box for as well. Super Punch-Out! Oddly enough, I didn't play this that much as a kid. Heyo! Thank you for the bits, Pinball Undesirable. Throw them in there with Burgley. Oh, one didn't make it. I got a tiny little Burgley over there. I don't know if you can see him. But if anybody follows me, it throws a Burgley in the cup. This is a good song. See, this wouldn't be that much for an upgrade. Some good art. Nice and colorful. Another shooter. Super R-Type. Ugh, come on. Can't figure out how to hold an angle. Super R-Type. Normal wear. Just goes a little bit of wear on the back. Alright, that stack is complete. Yeah, that states it pretty well. Unfortunately, the one you're talking about, R-Type 3, is one that I wouldn't mind getting, but paying $100 for it is a bit rough. Although, paying, for it back here would have made more sense. Looks like it peaked up a bit to get to that, and it's come back down a hair. But I bet it'd be hard to find it at this price. Actually, you know what? Let's take a quick look. What's eBay got to offer right now? R-Type 3 Super Nintendo. There's Gradius 3 and R-Type complete in box. That doesn't do me any good. $200, get out of here. Jeez, people. I'm probably better off buying the Super Famicom version. Repro cart. Thanks for making the Repro cart look exactly like the original. So yeah, it looks like you're mostly hosed trying to get an original. Hey, Pinball Joe, how's it going, man? Thanks for coming by. Better off getting the Game Boy Advance version. Alright, enough of that crap. On the last stack here, let's see what we got. Ooh, here's a rarer one. Super Turrican 2 of the Turrican series. Prod. This one's continually climbing in price. Raffle prep. Hopefully, you can do a Facebook Live walkthrough of the place. Yeah, I heard about that. What time are you going to start streaming, Joe? All right. Next up, WWF Super WrestleMania. Not as good as the Royal Rumble, in my opinion. How I get it, I just get it. You got the WrestleMania arcade game right here, which I feel wasn't all that great, if I recall correctly. But correct me if I'm wrong. Royal Rumble was by far my favorite Super Nintendo one. Oh, no box. A little bit of whatever. We'll call it normal wear. Be on the safe side. Box. It is super. From the space and have no idea if the reception will work. Well, it's the best way to find out. Games are really expensive, Joe. Starting to get more and more into collecting, like 6-7 years ago, was a very good idea. Before they blew up. I mean, if you could get in before that, that would have been even better. But next one, I got it. I don't know why I got this. Time Tracks. This game's probably horrible. and it probably will never go anywhere in value. I don't know why I bought it. That's the type of game I would probably look to get rid of. Who the hell bought it for $100? Must have been a box copy, sealed or something. Begrudgingly, I've got a copy of Time Tracks. I guess. Someday I'll play it and realize it's crap and then get rid of it. Alright, here's a ROM hack repro, whatever you want to call it. Umihara Kawase, as I believe it says up here. This is a like puzzle platform type game. No way this will be on here. But it's Japanese, but it was ported in for US release. It's actually kind of fun. That's right, you gotta, everything was super. Here's a good one. UN Squadron. This, I think I played this one on stream too, and I recall doing very poorly, and getting my ass handed to me. Here's one that I always wanted to get, but I just can never pick it up for the price, because this one's so freaking expensive. That, and you can download it on the Wii store for like $8. Made it seemingly stupid to pay the $150 for it. So unfortunately I waited too long on that one, and it's just in the era of, ugh, I don't think I could spend the money on that. So UN Squadron, it's a fun shooter with upgradable elements to it. It's a good time. She's in good shape. Super Street Fighter. What was that? I don't have any of the Street Fighters. Super Street Fighter 2, only $16. That's not bad, unless you're talking about new Super Street Fighter. I know there's like a Street Fighter Turbo. Street Fighter 2 Turbo, $15. $10 for Street Fighter 2. So all that, not all that bad. Alright, here's another one that I'm sure won't be in here because this was a European release, I believe. Repro cart here. Whirlo. But we'll have a look. Gimmick wasn't in there, so I can only assume Whirlo wouldn't be. Nope, no Whirlo. That's alright. And then the last one, Zombies Ate My Neighbors. All the way to the bottom. Game. No blemishes. This is a fun two-player cooperative game. Alright. So I've got a few Super Famicoms, which I know won't be on here. No Famicom. No Famicom. But I'll look them up anyway, just because. And I've only got 4. So we'll see. Rockman. So this won't be on there. But it's Rockman X, which is the Japanese equivalent to Mega Man X. It was at the store. Mega Man X is a great game. So I didn't mind getting the Japanese equivalent to kind of expand my Super Famicom collection a little bit more than just the one title I had. Then I also picked up a Mickey Mouse game, which is Mickey Mouse: The Great Circus Mystery. And you know, I could do this. I probably shouldn't. Let me just look to see if, as long as I'm not throwing my values off by all that much. See, I don't want to do that. Because Mega Man X is $30 loose. This cost me $15. I don't really want to throw my numbers off that way, even though it's only a few. And then there's Mickey Mouse. Which would, not Castle of Illusion, but Circus Mystery. A lot of freaking Mickey games. Great Circus Mystery. So yeah, there's this. And that's $10. This was $5. Basically half the price. Here's another one. Super Donkey Kong, aka Donkey Kong Country. And Donkey Kong Country, $17. This was $7. So if you buy the right games and you don't worry about Japanese text, these games will cost you half the price. And then here's one that I did want to get. This is probably the main reason I even got one in the first place. And it's not on there. Which is The Firemen, which I did play on stream once, and it's a fun game. You can get repro carts for this on the Super Nintendo, but this is the original. I don't know what I paid for it, but it's a fun game. Very fun game. Highly recommended. Hey, CNK, how's it going? I still need to get a fuse for Simpsons. I did not look for one yet, so I might still have one. Otherwise, I just got to order something. Actually, I need to get that figured out very soon, because my plan was to stream Simpsons next Saturday. No, I actually have a Super Famicom, so I didn't need to do any modding to my Super Nintendo. I just played on an original Super Famicom. There was one at my local store, and I picked it up one day. So, put these guys back. I've only got 4 Super Famicom games. Alright, now I do have a few... Oh, you know what? I have a few extra doubles here I didn't take into account. We can do these real quick. Alright, so I've got 2 other GameCube doubles I got sitting over here. So I've got a second Kirby's Air Ride, which I swapped out because this is the Player's Choice Edition with the yellow spline to get an original. Because, God forbid, I have a different colored spline in my collection. HIJK, Kirby's Air Ride. And this one had no manual. Whoops. Had another copy. Game box, no manual. Stickers, normal wear. Players. Choice. Box. I think I've got spares, but I want to make sure that it's the right spare. So I got that sitting over in my doubles that I need to sell. And then I've got Mega Man Anniversary Collection, missing the manual. Game box. I'll put normal wear and stickers, some stickers on it. Kirby is a fun game all around. Yeah, I can understand that. But there's so many Kirby games that it's probably okay. Uh-oh. The basement flooded. You can sell them. I don't probably need the Super Scope simply because I don't know where I would put it. I've already got Mario Paint complete in box, which actually I forgot to put in with the mouse. And oddly enough, I already have Jeopardy 25th Anniversary Edition complete in box. So did all the boxes and stuff, and how bad was the flood? How much of the stuff in the, how many of those boxes got destroyed in that one room? Okay, let me do Mario Paint since my brother reminded me about that, and it means that's not the best way to remember something. Game box manual, I'll just put normal wear. Rescued several hundred Nintendo Powers. Okay, good. Yeah, because those were all in the bottom, all the way in the back in that one, in my old entertainment cabinet. What about board games and the likes that are all in that one room to the left of the stairs? I got most of my PC boxes. I actually have still a bunch of PC boxes left. I could not bring myself to throw them away. Whether that's a good thing or not, I don't know. Alright, so right now it would seem that we... Oh, wait, I got a few Super Nintendo games sitting over here I need to account for. Alright, so I've got a small stack of 5 here to go through. So if there was something you were hoping to see and you didn't see it, there's still hope. So the first one here, Super Star Wars. I've got the other two complete in box, or at least in box, I should say. This one I had just loose. Get back to the Supers. That room did not flood. Okay, so where did the flood come in at? It's actually in good shape. Alright, next up, this is one I recently got, finally. It was on my list to get for a long time. And it took a while before I actually got around to getting it. And it's actually pretty fun. I did hit a level where I was really struggling. Would make for probably a fun one to try to stream, but here we go. That'd be Plock. It had a good look to it. It was a fun game. I'd heard good things, but never played it. Not a very expensive one. A little bit of wear on the back. Daggerfall box now, worth more than you thought. Planescape Torment box, Baldur's Gate 1 box. Excellent. I thought most of those boxes were all up in your old bedroom room. But I guess a lot of that stuff all moved downstairs. Probably when they clean that room out. Oh, okay. That basement's seen a lot of damage over the years. Whether it was leaking or all the smoke killing up the ceiling. Next one up, which I've always debated buying the boxed copy of this. And I came close a few times, but Star Fox, the original, still a really fun game today. I remember playing it not long ago. And I just started playing and played all the way to the end boss and just had a blast. A little sticker on there which just came off, otherwise now it's in great shape. Infinity Engine games. Which one are you talking about? Hey, Jesus Troid 2. You missed Pinball Stream? Don't worry. I don't stream live pinball on this channel, but I personally stream live pinball every Saturday from 8 until late, 8 Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. until late. And you would catch me there on the Buffalo Pinball stream. So on this particular channel, I do video game stuff. I may do video game pinball related things, but not real pinball. I save that for the Buffalo streams. I said Jesus, didn't I? That's Jealous Troid. Sorry. Completely different people. Oh, okay. He's talking. Oh, you're talking about the Infinity. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Pinball Undesirables. Yeah, I know which ones you're talking about. I thought you were talking. I'm like, I just talked about Star Wars and Star Fox. I wouldn't have imagined that you were talking about that. Okay, so next one's a more recent pickup that I got, a little more rare. Pocky and Rocky 1. It's actually basically like a top-down shooter, which oddly enough I didn't realize that's what it was until later in the game. There's some sticker wear on the back of it, but I'll just put that. Let me look at that again real quick. Okay. I thought it's a little up and down, but in the $100 range. And then last one is one that, in all honesty, this is a ROM hack that I bought at a convention, and it sucks because I have not gotten this thing to work at all since I've owned it. So it's basically just trash, but here you go, Magical Pop. The game is supposed to be good, but I guess I'll never know because the freaking thing doesn't work. And it's not like it's going to be here anyway. So yeah, another repro. Repro fail on my behalf. Awesome. Alright, so let me put these back where they belong. Magical Pop. I just need to throw that away so I don't have to think about it. Alright, Super Star Wars. And then Star Fox. Alright, now for the task of Shaq Fu. Alright, let's see how many Shaq Foods we got here. This will get a little weird. So I've got, let's see how many I've got. Round trip time to the moon. It could be a long delay once in a while. That's for sure. So let's see here. I'm going to start a counter. Wow. Alright, I got about an 8-second delay watching myself. I did. Okay, what do we got? 5. See, it's going to vary between people. That's not that bad, to be honest. Should you take any action on Shaq Foods? Depends how much they are valued at, Andy. I don't pay more than $5 for a loose Shaq Fu. I mean, I could just, video stats. Buffer latency, 7 seconds. So yeah, I was pretty close. That's actually not too bad, to be perfectly honest. Alright, so how many... Let's start with the boxed copies of Shaq Fu. So I've got 3 copies here, boxed for Super Nintendo. It's got all the goodies, everything you want with a Shaq Fu. Great looking game. She's beautiful. Everything you could ever want. So there's one. This one is box, manual, game. Game could be in better shape. Box and manual, no carrying thing or whatever. But it's all the 3 main components are there. So we'll add another game, box, manual, normal wear. So there we go, that's 2. Click there, in collection, add another copy. Alright, manual, game with thing, game's in great shape. Game box manual, I'll put normal wear because there's a little bit of wear on the box. So that's my boxed copies. If you're talking about Shaq Fu being worse than Bill Laimbeer, then yes, it is worse. Alright, so in collection, another copy. So let's see, I've got one with minor wear, game, normal wear, Shaq Fu, in collection, add another copy, game, no blemishes, All right, so this one says I paid $6 for it. But I'll guarantee that I got this at a convention and I asked for less. So, stick by my rules. All right, here's another one. All right, let's get that in there. All right, so that one's in. No blemishes. In collection. Add another copy. This one's all worn to crap. You can even see the difference in color about how badly the back of this is worn out. Game, normal wear. I don't even know what to say other than that. Let's say stickers. Whole back is discolored. Nice work there, Namus. Good use of calculating the speed of... is that speed of sound? Or speed of light? I mean, value right now is $6.24. Shaq Fu keeps going up in price, even though it shouldn't. Alright, next one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So we are correct at the moment. Add another copy. Here's one, no blemishes. Shaq Fu makes for a good game to take the backs off of and put it onto a better game. Alright, here's another one. It's a pretty good back on it. Once again, you can see the color difference. Game, stickers. Entire back is discolored. Of course, yes. Of course. What was I thinking, Namus? What was I thinking? Alright, in collection. Add another copy. This one's just normal wear. It's not as disgusting as the others. Alright, up next, Shaq Fu. In collection. Add another copy. Game. I'm going to put this as normal wear as well. One's a bit nicer, but still a little bit. In collection. Add another copy. Game. This one's got a big sticker on the back. Game Insane. This is one I got from back home, Andy, for $2.95. If you can get me some more at $2.95, I will take those all day. Normal wear. Stickers. And here's one with a worn out label, pretty good. Also Game Insane, $2.95. I guess I picked up two from there. See the labels got some missing, but that's okay. Torn label. Alright, so that should mean I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12 total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we got the correct number. That's probably like a fifth of the amount of Shaq Fu's I've owned. And that's just my Super Nintendo Shaq Fu's. I've got 4 Genesises, 2 Game Gears, and a Game Boy one. But since I can put in my doubles, I'm all for it. Okay, we're on to the 64. I think we're ready.
You hear the echoes in the silence. Daily you're reminded you never truly leave the one supposedly behind us. Blinded by protection, soon becomes oppression. How to move forward when the world lacks direction.
I'm working at C.
Lies with the children who've never even seen the world are burdened with rebuilding. What is humanity? Cooperation.
Schlock Fu, yes.
It's been 20 years.
We're doing Cherry Vanilla Pepsi here today.
No good and evil. It isn't black and white. Every day and night, all that's left is survive. Take the easy way out.
All right, so next we're on to N64. New system. We can start with the box copies. First up, Sea Level Tuna. The art project was having them blown up by somebody who had explosives. That was the art project that I went for with Shaq Fu. And I've probably still donated maybe a good 20 to 30 more copies that person still has that he has not done anything with. I've actually been drinking a lot less pop lately and a lot more water. But yeah. Not trying to corner the market. What's his toes? Let's see. I could probably bring this up. Screw Attack, Shaq Fu.
What's going on, G1s? We got a ton of copies of Shaq Fu from people at MagFest, and we need a way to destroy
People
them.
like me.
So we're at the gun range, and this is my dad. This is gonna be fun. Never have I had better targets to shoot at. This one, God only knows. I guess that's head.
Moving forward.
What do you get when you cross an AR-15 with Tannerite, basically legal explosive? That worked.
Adam and Mike. There we are. Needless to say, a lot of those came from me. You want to see the Nintendo? Here, Andy, let me do this. Just gonna slap this here. No, Adam is bad juju. Friend of mine. Super Kooky is my brother, Andy. Go ahead and go to that link, Andy. I'm not the one necessarily trying to rid the world of Shaq Fu. They were trying to rid the world of Shaq Fu. And I was a bit of an accessory in that because I was a fan of Screw Attack. So I just got in the habit of buying them whenever they were available, but they were only 99 cents for the longest of times. But I still have the old habit of whenever I see a Shaq Fu, I pick one up. So that's why I've got the collection I have now. And every time I'd see him at a convention, I would pass off my collection to Chad. And that video was from probably like 4+ years ago. And I've given him stacks and stacks since then. And needless to say, he hasn't done anything else with them. Always planned on it, but they never did. So, Adam is the guy that I practiced my Iron Man of Gaming stuff with. Really great friend of mine from local to my area in Virginia. So, and the last time I was streaming this, I told a story about how I ran into a collector that collected Shaq Fu's trying to actually save them. Which is the first time I'd ever seen that before. And he probably wouldn't have cared for me too much if he knew the truth. That I've probably been responsible for destroying more Shaq Fu's than probably anybody. Alright, so on to the Nintendo 64, shall we? First up on the list, Banjo-Kazooie. This should be complete in box. Box is in really good shape. A Throne of Shaq Fu. So manual. And a lot of these I really like. All the 64 games came in the little plastic baggie. But just need to double check. Everything there looks good. And I dropped it. One thing I really liked about the 64 boxes is that the boxes all had the same style for the most part. You had your art on the front. You had your stats on the side if it used Rumble Pack or whatever. I always liked the little, only 4 logo up here. But then the sides of the box were all colorized the same with art on them, and then the title. So the top was blue, the bottom is green, one side is yellow, the other side is red, and they all followed that same format. And I actually kind of really liked that. So when I look at my siding, I have them all on this side, on the green side. So they all kind of look like that. And it's just nice that they have a conforming means. But of course, you have to have some outliers that don't follow that format and stand out like a sore thumb. But I will say, lucky for those games, the ones that do that are good. So they get a pass. Anyway, let's get into it here. Banjo-Kazooie. Collection, game box, manual. I'm going to put no blemishes because it's really good. Really good shape. Next up, no surprise, Banjo-Tooie. This one I believe is also... No, I don't think I ever knew that this was multiplayer. I did not know they had multiplayer minigames in Banjo-Tooie. I'm learning something. So, got our manual here. Once again, the whole point of me looking in each box is to make sure I do have the manual, and if there is something on the game that's worth noting, like writing or stickers, that I'm catching that so I can document it as well. But everything's there. Because I have run across games that have been missing the manual or even missing the game, and I didn't even realize it. So I can search through those by that later on and go back and fill in some of the gaps on ones that I'd want to put a manual in if I'd want to. So Banjo-Tooie. There he is right there. Pretty consistent pricing on this as a whole. For loose carts. I can click complete in box and then you can see that graph as well. No blemishes, it's in really good shape. Alright, so here's one of my personal originals growing up. Banjo 1 and 2 were ones that I picked up after the fact when I was collecting. More because I wanted to make sure I had them as a complete in box because they're good games. This was one that I own. So they had 2 different styles of internal stuff. They had this, which can be removed and you take the game out like that. The game is good. They had the other one for the banjo ones there, where it's a flap that opens up and the game goes in and out. It doesn't really come out of the internal of the box, which is nice because you don't really lose them that way. These you can lose. Manual, everybody's here. Personal original, yeah. When I say original, I mean when I had the N64 when it came out. Those are games that I bought at that time. So they even went to the detail to mark this side, which is blue, to have the blue tab, and this side green to have the green tab. And this side that's red to have the red tab. Oh yeah, I probably want to enter the game in. Blast Corps. Fun game. Most of it's not bad, but using the Backlash, which is the dump truck looking one, God, that thing is tough to control. Still tough to control today. This game was included in the Rare Replay. No blemishes. Alright, next up is Bomberman 64. Here's another personal original. It was okay. It had a Bomberman story mode, single player adventure, which was definitely a different thing. So once again, this one pulls out. I don't know why Mega Man Soccer got so expensive. When I got that copy that I have, it was not anywhere that expensive. So I'm wondering if that's real or if it's not. I didn't look on eBay to see if people are still selling it that way or not. So I got everything here. Game should be good, which it is. Wake up late on a Saturday. Bomberman 64. Game box manual, no blemishes. Alright, here's another one, which I got from a lot of games that I picked up. Basically, it's still sealed. I don't know why. It's not one that I really have a need to have, but bottom of the 9th. There you go. Still has the CompUSA sticker on it. And the only real flaw in it is that someone cut out the UPC label to get whatever kind of promotion bottom of the 9th would allow for. So, as much as it's new and sealed, someone did crack into it a little bit. But I'm going to mark it as new and sealed because I can only imagine it's not worth much any way you slice it. Huh. It's worth even less sealed. I would have not expected this to be $31. Complete. Alright, I guess I won't mark it as new and sealed. I'm going to put torn label. UPC was removed. Otherwise, this is still sealed. Hey, Brandon, how's it going? I do have a copy of Mega Man Soccer. We finished the Super Nintendo today. We stopped halfway through the last time, but it's not that good. Even revisiting it now, especially. But I was on a kick to collect Mega Man games. Ken Griffey Jr. is much better, but that was Super Nintendo, not N64. N64 was a awkward era for sports titles because everybody tried to go to pixel or polygon graphics, and that didn't always really work well for sports titles, making them look very muddled. They'd have been better off sticking with doing just a better version of a 2D game. But what are you gonna do? And yes, I'm Brandon. Thanks for stopping by. Much appreciated having you stop by. Rent in on your BSD speaker panel with a color DMD. Use the orange strip and stuff. Hey, that's cool. Good pinball repair hack there, Hool. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I might have misread that. Remove the red tint. Use an orange strip, and the stuff got rid of the red tint. So were you trying to get rid of a red tint? Or was it an accident? Next up is another one I got in a lot that it's kind of whatever. Bust-A-Move 2 Arcade Edition. Why is that all weird looking? Road to success. Alright, there we go. That's a little better. Interesting. Alright, so I think this is just the game in the box. No manual. Fantastic. I think I ended up getting the box as like a bulk box purchase. Sometimes I'll just not buy games and I'll just buy empty boxes for ones that I want, and they'll come in lots. So you end up with extra boxes. You decide, do you sell or do you try to complete them? So, boxing game. This would be the type of game that I really wouldn't care to keep. But $28 complete would be probably worth to pick up a manual and finish it off. Game box. I'm just going to put normal wear. There's some bends, I guess. There we go. Bust-A-Move puzzle game, yeah. I mean, I always enjoyed the game. It's simple for what it is, but it's nothing I'm gonna bust a move over. Alright, next up is Castlevania. This was another pickup in a lot of games. It even came with the plastic sleeve case that you saw in a few of my Super Nintendo games. This game is not that good, but I kind of did want to have it. So I mentioned before about the whole internal box thing, and that's this flap right here, which houses the game inside, but this doesn't come out. But I do have a game. It's in good shape. Do have the manual. No plastic sleeve thing around it. That's okay. Around the game, that is. Alright, Castlevania. It's in good shape. Henry wants to help me. Henry's busy. Sleeping. I guarantee that right now. The other Castlevania, I don't have a copy of the second one. Legacy of Darkness. I wouldn't mind getting it, and it's a shame. I don't think it's that good, though. And I'd probably have to get it loose, although I really do like the box art on the complete one. And it's the kind of thing I probably should have picked up a handful of years ago, but I failed. He's busy thinking about that. Hey, you know, if I did get the new Sonic Switch game, that would make for good streaming with a hedgehog. Because, you know what? That might help bring some people in. New game plus actual hedgehog means, like, maybe new followers. Joe, doesn't look like Joe's streaming just yet. I would like to pick this up someday, though. Alright, next up. This is an original that I got. I remember buying this back in college, and I was playing it. I played through this one, by the way. We're talking about Conker's Bad Fur Day. The best part about playing this was, back in college, I lived in the dorm, and I worked the front desk, which is one of the easiest jobs you could have. Not that it paid all that great, but it was so slow working the front desk that no one really seemed to care that I would like bring a small TV back there and hook up my N64 and play video games while working the front desk. And most of the time I worked night shifts or weekend shifts, so they were not the busiest of shifts. And if you had homework to do, that'd be great. You could do some of that. But when you didn't, playing video games was always kind of a thing we did a lot. And we got away with that for quite a long time before people actually started to have a problem with it. And it was funny because it got to the point where you know, a lot of the other people that work at the front desk were, you know, friends of mine that we would play games with. And on weekends, night shifts, we would all stay up in the lobby, which was like around the other side of a wall to where the front desk was. And we would sit there and play Mario Party for like 4+ hours at a time while one of us was working. And then eventually someone would walk up, they'd run over there, take care of that, come on back, and we'd continue playing. And you could seamlessly not know who's working the front desk. And then sometimes we would have extra people come behind the front desk and play games with us, and that kind of put you in a position where they didn't really like that, having too many people back there when you shouldn't have them back there. But we eventually got around that by having the TV set up right outside the front of the front desk, and people would sit on the couch that was outside the front desk, and I would stand at the counter playing with the controller feeding through the gap on the TV that's outside. So technically they weren't in the office anymore, and we would just sit there and I get paid for playing video games. Those were some good times. Anyway, Conker's Bad Fur Day. If only work was that easy nowadays. It is not. Alright, next up. Donkey Kong 64. This is another one that I picked up after the fact. I did not own this back in the day. I did rent it, but did not own it. It's another one where I had a loose copy of it, and I bought the box for it. So I've got the box, the manual, and then I put my copy of the game in here. Now, the box itself has got some writing on it. See, this is my loose copy. I did pick up a bunch of these top labels so that when you stack the games like this, you can see what games they are. You can pick them up on Etsy for the entire catalog, real cheap. So I figured I'd do that because I have all my loose carts stacked in that manner. So you can see what they are. But someone just wrote all over this box. And I think they didn't... by the way, the person's name was Jenny. Apparently Jenny felt the need to write her name right on the front of the box, on the side, all the sides. Jenny Faye? I guess Jenny, yeah. Just in case no one was sure, she wrote her name on every side of the box. Wonderful. Conquerors Complete is worth that much, yeah. I think it actually has gone down in price. It got up to $150 for a while, a few years ago. Then it's come back down a little bit. Damn it, I shouldn't have clicked that. 8675309. Nice one, Namus. Well done. I would send you bits right now if I could for that one. So Donkey Kong 64, technically complete, writing, normal wear. I don't know why I'm keeping it in this plastic case. It doesn't really need to be in here. I'm sure I could put this thing to better use on a different game. Worth a lot more than Donkey Kong. Alright, here's one, a personal original for myself. Excite Bike 64. From, I believe it's Left Field? It doesn't say it on the front. Who made it? But this actually is a good game. You get the Nintendo Sports logo. It's actually a better game than you would think that it should be. This wouldn't be a bad one to stream sometime, to be honest. You got a full page here of just this guy's head. It's manual well spent. A lot of pages are just bike tricks and then information. They probably could have had this manual half the size if there weren't so many bike tricks going on. Anyway. This is my personal original, so it's got the plastic baggie and everything's in good shape. Alright, Excite Bike 64. Shout out to 6-4. I'm gonna put normal wear. No, it's better than that. I didn't write my name on my game boxes like Jenny did. I kept better shape of them than Jenny. Alright, another personal original, which I really did enjoy this game. This one was good. The GameCube one is where it fell apart. Extreme G. Oh, that's a good song. I really did enjoy the Extreme G series of games. Oh, got a little tab that ripped off there. The negative of these is those tabs are actually perforated. Game's in great shape. Manual's there. Turok on the back of it. And it looks like there's a poster in here and some other stuff too. Very cool. Alright, get this back in there. Ramen soup. No blemishes. Alright, I'm going to put the expansion pack in already. Because I do have it. No blemishes. Because otherwise I might forget. Actually makes me think. I'm going to go to there real quick. Sort by accessories. Alright, I already put these in that I did have. So we're good there. Pompous. You know, we'll do the accessories on this too so I don't forget. Expansion pack, Game Boy transfer pack, I don't have that. I don't have a Game Sharks. I have a memory card. I guess I'll put one in there. That's not an official memory card. That's silly that that would be the picture. I actually have that memory card though. Do have a Rumble pack. I have a few Rumble packs, but we'll just put one in. No need to do many. What was the Wide Boy? I remember that. It was playing Game Boy games in the 64. Flat effect proud. Systems. I just have original. None of the fancy schmancy ones. I almost thought about trying to collect some of them, but I couldn't think why I would do that. Console, normal wear. I do have an RGB modded one though. But I'm not going to put that in there. Alright, back at it. Extreme G is in. They had them for a lot of consoles. Because I do have the Game Boy player for GameCube as well. But the one for the 64 is by far probably the rarest. Alright, so Extreme G is in there. Keep the racing going with some F-Zero X. Are you asking if I have Turok? Cool. Always like these. I got the manual. A lot of games from Nintendo had these, which is a simple one sheet folded. Here's all the controls for the game, and here's everything you need to know. And then here's some other cool basic info about how to play the game. Like, these were great. This was like a quick guide on how to play a game without actually having to do anything. You saying F-Zero X was hard or Turok was hard? Cool. If you're thinking of F-Zero being hard, I don't know if I'd say that this one was hard, but the one on GameCube defined what a hard game would be. No blemishes. It's a good song, too. Tom Cruise is Tom Cruise crazy. Just rising on you. If you had Tom Cruise's trouble. Turok? The game got harder later. I don't remember struggling all that hard with it, other than the limitations of what the game had, holding you back, getting confused in the maps and looking for the things they wanted you to do. Namus, you should go back and play F-Zero GX, the story mode, and see if you remember it being... see if it's still difficult to you. if you have it available. It did not take long for that game to get tough. Alright, so here is a fighting game that I really enjoyed, that I feel that nobody else liked. And this is the type of game I would love to stream sometime. You should, Namus. You do that, you come back and tell me if it's still easy, and then I'm just a chump. So, Fighter's Destiny. A game that I felt didn't get as much recognition for how it was different than a lot of games. Manual game. This is my original personal copy, so I've still got my save game on memory cards. Place for you. Let me pull this out of there first. Fire Quit Rage Temple. Fire Quit Rage Temple. Wow. Rage Quit Fire Temple twice. You could say you Fire Quit the Rage Temple, though, I guess. I guess that's not that far off. Fighter's Destiny. Why did I like it so much? Wow, boxed copy of 2 is expensive. I did not realize that. It played different than pretty much most fighters, where it's not like health bar beat them down, but it was a point system where based on if you knocked them down, just did a straight knockdown, or knocked them off the ring, or did a counter attack, you would get a certain number of stars. And in order to win the match, you needed to accumulate 7 stars. So they were usually a little shorter rounds, and it would just keep going based on that. So if like you did a grab throw attack, you'd get 2 stars. But when you do this stuff, there's a counter time frame to stop it from happening. So it was easy to kind of stop that from happening. It wasn't just like, oh, I caught you with an A-B grab. And they had another mode in there where your character would have a move set, a basic move set, but then you can play this mode where you can expand on their move set and add extra moves, but it was a risk-reward type of thing. The further you played in, you could play to get more moves for your character, but if you lose, then you end up losing moves. It was a dynamic that I'd never seen in any other fighting game, and I really enjoyed it. So, it'd probably be a good game to revisit and see if it still holds up as much as I would speak highly of it. Now, if you're looking for like a fighter that's like as deep and great as, you know, a Street Fighter or Virtua Fighter, you're not gonna find that there. But as a fun game, I enjoyed it a lot. All right, everybody's classic GoldenEye 007. Of course, I've got my original copy. Everybody's here. Game, booklet. She's in great shape. Powered, overpowered. Is it 007? Next one up, Killer Instinct Gold. Cart's got a sticker on the back. Awesome. Be a good one to swap the back out with another lesser game. Manual is there. Box is decent enough. Edges are a little bit worn. Not bad. All right, my Kirby kick continues. Kirby 64 Crystal Shards. This should be complete. Manual game. It's a fun game. Yeah. Alright, next up, my original copy, personal original, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, the collector's edition. It's got that extra golden pop on it. I remember picking this up when it first came out. Pretty sure I had it pre-ordered from Toys R Us, because that's where I got games back then. Here's one that breaks the trend by having the gold side on the sides. It still has the red on this side, but it's gold on the other sides. And once again, as I mentioned before, I'm okay with that. You know, I don't think I ever noticed it before, and I don't know if I would ever want to do this, but if you look closely, the overlay for the collector's edition that sits on there is actually looks like a sticker. To the point where I could probably try to get my nail on it and peel it up to see what's actually underneath, which could just be a blank or just the regular box, and they applied a sticker on it to be collector's edition. But I doubt I would ever do that. So that's not happening. And of course it comes with the golden cart, still in the plastic sleeve. And manual as well. So there's your Ocarina of Time with the Fire Temple for you. Hey Goran, how you doing, man? I think this is the first time you stopped in on one of my, so it's under Zelda, on one of my, what do you call that, cataloging streams that I've been doing lately. Next up, really well, really busy. Excellent. Well, that's always a good thing. I'm doing well as well. All right, next up is Majora's Mask, also collector's edition. Here's another one where they buck the trend and it's black on the sides, except for the one side is red. Word finding is fun, yeah. I do that quite a bit. One of the other games that the expansion pack is required. No reason everything shouldn't be here. Manual. Gold game with fancy schmancy label. Words, big nerd. You think they scrapped them? I think they're scrapped from eBay. Scraped from eBay. Oh. How accurate are the price values? They're pretty decently accurate. So if I were to click on the value, what it's going to do is, so say the loose prices, sold loose listings, it'll list, here's all the sales from eBay that they're getting this from. And as far as how they take all these and create a price out of it, I'm not exactly sure. And you get some mixed ones in there, like this is obviously going to be a box, probably sealed copy or something weird. Why is that so high? Who knows? But it does a good enough job. I mean, you could click on it and go to the exact listing. And this says $50. I don't know why it said $188. Who knows? Oh, because I clicked on the wrong one. That's why. Fool. So here we go. Yeah, see, it's complete. But I'm sure the algorithm missed that it was complete. So no idea why that would have gone for that much. But it did. So it's kind of a bit of... It's close enough. I should probably put this one in before I put it back. Gotta buy it sometime. Surprisingly, Majora's Mask is worth less than I would have thought. Alright, up next. But it's based on sold items from eBay, so I mean, if you ever really want to know for sure, go ahead and take a look yourself at what for sale prices are. But it's a great way to get yourself in the ballpark. Mario Golf, one of the finer golf games that exist, in my opinion. Only got better with the GameCube version, actually. This would have been one of my original personal games. Everybody's there. Hi. I'm not feeling too well. Mario Golf. Oh yeah. All right, next up is Mario Kart 64. Another personal copy. This one's got a little more wear because this one was very frequently opened and used as far as the box condition's concerned. There's the manual, and once again, Nintendo firing out that little one-pager with great, colorful, nice, easy information going on. I love those things. Race horses. Should probably enter it in once again, man. Game box manual and normal wear. Box has got some normal wear on it for sure. Alright, here's where I'm missing one that I've always wanted to collect as a boxed item, but I never did. It's the first one. So we're going to start off with the sequel, Mario Party 2. This would be another personal original. I mentioned my story before about how we'd play a lot of Mario Party at the front desk in college. That would always be a rented copy. And then when Mario Party 2 came out, we played the heck out of that. But we owned it, or I owned it, I should say. So that was much more commonly played until Mario Party 3. Story of my life. Game box manual, normal wear because we open and close this one a lot. Leech and hindrance. I meant to say, if I said Mario Kart, I had meant to say Mario Party. But I'm pretty sure I said Mario Party. So then Mario Party 3 came out. 70 all-new mini-games. Game. Manual. Get in there. There we go. A lot of Mario Party was had. To a lot of bridges. This one, box is in better shape. Alright. Next out the gate, Mario Tennis. Mario killing it in the sports department on the 64. I mentioned before how sports titles struggled. The more traditional style ones did. Mario Tennis, where they utilized the style that fit the 64 era well, those worked well. So, manual here, this would have been my original personal once again. Game in plastic. Get in there. Shit, I need the rents. No money. Alright, here's a later pickup. I got this from a store because it was a game that I rented and was okay, but wasn't great. But, you know, I figured it was in decent shape. I may as well grab it. Mission Impossible. Expect the impossible. Boxed, complete. Like I said, it's in good shape. Not a great game. Not an expensive game. The price tag I've got on here says $12.99, so let's see how I've done. Oh, a whole $14.99 now. Big money. Put normal wear on it. Cool thing about this, outside of it like trying to replicate concepts from the movie and being a very GoldenEye-esque game in that sense, is it had a cool feature where you would knock people out and then you could steal their face, which was cool. Except all the faces looked very GoldenEye quality. Speaking of GoldenEye, up next, Perfect Dark. And once again, another one where they side labels, they went with black. And all in all, I'm okay with that once again. It gets a pass for being different. And this one I got from a lot of games as well. So I do have my original, and I have, or this is my original, and this is the one I got in a lot. So I have two copies of this. Manual. Game. Expansion pack requirements. You get to play 35% of the game if you don't have it. Or you can play 100% of the game if you do. It's good to know you can only play, if you don't have the expansion pack, you can play multiplayer challenges, 1 to 2 multiplayer combat simulator, and up to 8 simulants. You can't play the single player game. Kinda should say you need to have it. Expansion pack required for maximum gameplay. Alright, Joe is doing his thing now. Showing off his space. Just carry on here. Good luck to anybody out there who's in the drawing for the pinball machine. Exactly. They sold 1/3 of the game. You only got 1/3 of the game if you didn't have it. Perfect Dark. And this game isn't worth all that much. $17 complete. That's crazy. I don't know why I have it in a plastic thingy. Alright, give me 1 second. I gotta grab something out of the closet. Those of you who've seen me talk about command strips on stream, got a bunch of command strips in this box. Although I'm actually kind of low on command strips, so... But I gotta pass some of these out. Aside for my girlfriend to use. Give me a moment.
The crowd noise is wasted. Women take pics so they can see him naked. Guys tell jokes so they can see him naked. Church ladies vote what they perceive sacred. Proposition hatred, phosphorus and riverbeds. $1 billion fill your philosophical for cigarettes. Philosophers plot from all nations. Got a shock and awe generation of ideas. Children who won't talk at all. Chalk and walls, cedar prison cells. Diamond in hell.
Alright, I'm back. Yeah, Goran. Let's, There you go. Thanks, Namus. Appreciate you posting that. Except it got deleted. There we go. So I've got that one there. And I'll take a look at my other one that I've got. Game. No plastic sleeve, that's how I know it's not my personal one. And manual. I would have no idea how much I've spent on my collection, Goran. A lot of the games I bought when they were new, and then there's also a lot that I bought after the fact in collecting. So that would be a tough one. It's a mixed bag. A lot of the old stuff, I mean, like NES games, I didn't really buy them because they were kind of more like, you know, birthday gifts, Christmas gifts type stuff, or I've bought them after the fact. It wasn't until the N64 that I started to buy stuff on my own dollar. So it's really like the Xbox 360, Xbox 360, GameCube. I've expanded my GameCube, my Xbox, my PS2 libraries a lot after the fact. The 360 was a lot of new purchases, and up from there is a lot of new purchases, so a lot of those are full price. So it's probably somewhere pretty close to even if I had to really guess. Because I bought a lot that are new and have gone down in price, but I bought a lot that are older and have gone up in price. So it's somewhere in the middle. It's not like all in one direction and it's all priced down since then. I should play Order Up again. You know, they should have made a sequel to that. Or I could play Cooking Mama. Did you enjoy watching me play Order Up? Was that fun to watch? Put normal wear on it. Alright, next up. That was a lot of fun. Well, that's cool. Didn't know if it was just going to get repetitive or not. Alright, next one. Quest 64. Roller Coaster Tycoon PC stream. There's better people out there to do that than I. This got manual. I'm not much of one for the tycoon style streams, or tycoon style games, I should say. I like some of them-ish, but not my forte. Quest 64, carts in medium shape, normal wearing on it. I remember I rented this as a kid, and I remember playing it, and I beat it in like one sitting after a few hours, and I was like, oh, okay. I don't remember it being that difficult. Or maybe I gave up after a few hours. Maybe that's also possible. Not the kind of game that I thought was all that good. But I got it complete as part of a lot of games where I was trying to get a certain one, and it was kind of like, well, here I can buy 5 or 6 or 7 boxed complete games. I may as well, whatever. I'll get these too because I don't have them. Normal wear. True, but I'm a fun streamer. Yeah, but there's other games that would make more sense for me to be playing. Webkin stream. I could do a cookie clicker stream. Alright, bottom row. Here we go. Here's a fun one. Robotron 64. This game was cool if you like Robotron. Put it in a 3D world, but you could put in 2 controllers and use the 2 different joysticks to control the game like you would for the arcade with 2 joysticks, just thumb joysticks rather than full joysticks. But I remember it not being hard enough, because I remember playing it and getting to the point where I wasn't a challenge, and it was a matter of how long do you want to play this for. And getting through the levels was not difficult enough. So, but I like the original Robotron, which is way, way more difficult. And I missed, and I clicked Roadsters. But this is worth way more than I'm sure I paid for it. It's actually in great shape. That cookie clicker was banned from Twitch? Interesting, I did not know that. Any idea why it was banned from Twitch? I'd never intended to play cookie clicker on Twitch. Alright, next one up is one that I did stream once. And I feel it's a bit of a hidden gem of the 64 in my opinion. That'd be Rocket Robot on Wheels. And I remember having a fun time streaming this as well, because it's a bit of a physics puzzle-based game, which early on in the 64 or in the 64 era, you didn't have a lot of physics-based games. It's also got a slick red cart. And it's got a white instruction booklet. It's crazy. But the puzzles were actually innovative and fun, and a bit challenging. I remember as a stream we were trying to figure something out, and it was kind of fun once we figured it out. So yeah, Rocket Robot on Wheels, easy to recommend if you are collecting anything 64. Okay, yeah, Cookie Clicker is far from anything inappropriate, other than just the idea of you sitting there and clicking, although eventually you're not clicking at all. Alright, here's one that I have from my original collection. Rocket Robot on Wheels was also an original for me. So next up is South Park. And one of the few mature games on the 64. Not a great game, but a guilty pleasure of a game. It was fun to play. Manual. Playing Cookie Clicker as we speak. Oh no. Cookie Clicker is the type of game that'll steal part of your life. Normal wear. It's got a bend in it a little bit. Actually, this should have been there, not here. That's okay. Alright, so next one is one I got after the fact, but it's got actually a pretty cool box to it. Okay, yeah, there you go, Namus. That makes a lot more sense. So, Shadow Man, another mature title on the 64, but you can see the glare coming off of it. The Shadow Man guy there is actually protruding from the box a little bit, so it's got a 3D feel on it, if you will, which translates all the way across the box. So anywhere where it says Shadow Man, it's actually sticking up out of the box on all four sides, and even on the back. Even the images, the screenshots on the back are actually raised from the box itself, which is pretty slick, I must say. Not on the cart, though. Embossed. There we go. That's the word we're looking for. So, manual. Looks like some posters and a map. I don't think I realized this game came with a map, but it is. Oh God, what it, Namus. Oh, you're talking about South Park? We covered that a minute ago. It could have been similar to that as the PC. It was a first-person shooter, if you're talking about the South Park that I brought up a minute ago. Alright, so next up. Actually, I need to do this. I have a extra loose copy of Shadow Man. I've got my top label on it. The boxed copy was a bit of an upgrade, so I'll put this one in there, and this is put normal wear. Yeah, that sounds about right. Throwing snowballs at turkeys. But it did have a multiplayer aspect to it, which was what I recall playing on it. You know, when you buy a game back then, you got to make the most out of it because you just spent your money. Alright, so here's another fantastic game that is a bit of a underrated or lesser known title on the 64. Space Station Silicon Valley, a open world title by Take-Two, also known as DMA, also known as the guys who became Rockstar. And this is an open world game where you're a microchip taking over different robotic animals to solve puzzles and progress. We've got a box there, manual, and game. So I do have it complete. You gave up. What'd you give up on? A little bit of wear on the box. What a world wants. Put normal wear. Cookie clicker, I don't blame you. So in addition, I also have a second copy of Space Station Silicon Valley. I did a bit of an upgrade. This is just box and game, no manual. And the box is not in the best shape. Add another copy. Game, box, normal wear. Hey Zentron, how's it going, man? Alright, next up is Star Fox 64 with Rumble Pack. Big fat box which gives you more graphics on the sides, which is actually not the worst thing ever. This is the one it sits on mostly, which is kind of a cool character light. Alright, what do we got in here? Prized possession in my collection. Are you talking about... So you're talking about rarest, most expensive, or aspect of my collection that I like the most? Those are all different things. So I got the original inside box there. I got the manual, got the game. I have a Rumble Pack, but just not in this box. With special joystick. I've got Arkanoid on NES, but I don't have the special joystick. Funny enough, we looked that up because I saw that it was actually a thing when I was entering it in. And it would be something I would consider getting, to be perfectly honest. I don't really want to spoil the most expensive thing I've got, Gorin, because that still has not been entered in yet. So I want to save that information for later when it happens. But probably one of my most prized possessions, if I'm talking just a set thing, is I've got Mega Man 1 through 6 on the NES in box. And I'd almost say complete in box, but I did find that one of them was missing a manual. So I can't say I have all 6 complete in box, but I will shortly after, because I'll have to, I'm going to correct that situation and pick up a manual. But having all 6 Mega Mans in box in good shape is pretty cool. Yeah, that's right, Pinball Undesirables. Not a $2 game. I didn't even know it existed until just recently, Zentron. Didn't even know it existed. It was funny because I was actually talking about how Arkanoid really doesn't control well without that type of stick. Lo and behold, it existed. Alright, next up is Star Wars Rogue Squadron. Another game that utilized the expansion pack to up the overall graphical quality of the game, which was pretty cool. So this is an original for myself game. Everybody's in there. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's expired, but at $5 off a expansion pack. Expired June 30th, 1999. So can't quite use that today. Although I could probably sell that thing for $5. Probably not. I'm just saying that. Star Wars Rogue Squadron. Star Wars Rogue Squadron. Blech. Add to the collection. Everybody's there. No blemishes. She's a good one. Alright, another personal original. Star Wars Shadows of the Empire. Manual. Ugh. Game. Sleeve. Plastic. Sleeve with good. Ugh, get in there. Still in pretty great shape for being that old for me. Alright, there's a personal original as well. Mario 64. Manual. It's a good manual. Once again, always a big fan when they do little extra hand-drawn graphics about the controls like that. Game, great shape with plastic sleeve thing. Super Mario 64. This can't be worth much. Whoa, it is worth more than I thought. Funny, I could buy this so long ago, and it'd be almost worth as much today as it was then. Alright, here's one I got from an internet lot. Nothing I really care about here, but Top Gear Rally. I've got the game. I've got a manual. I got a registration card to go with it. I think this is one where I ended up with an empty box and I put a game in it, because it was a box and a manual. Top Gear Rally. $17. Normal wear for sure. Alright, mentioned earlier, Turok Dinosaur Hunter. This is probably my personal original right here, to be honest. Game. Manual. This is definitely using Pac-Man as part of the music, yes. Which video are you talking about, Goran? No meat mountains for dinner. Turok poster getting in the way of me putting this back together appropriately. Dinner is probably going to be a Freschetta frozen pizza. We had a fancier lunch. We cooked one of our Hello Freshes that we had left from the week for lunch. And then we'll do frozen pizza for dinner. Hey, Drakendite, welcome back. Oh, Internet Gaming one, okay. You mean the compilation one that I put together? So we got Turok. I did see that Turok is available on Good Old Games, or Steam, or one of the two, like an updated version for PC. I was tempted to pick it up to play it that way, so it doesn't have any of the, what do you call that? Oh, looks like Pinball Joe is done. Did anybody, who won the Pinball Joe drawing? Anybody know who won? Are those posters Seawolf Guy, Creme de la Creme? Oh, alright, hold on, what we got here. How much more do I have? I got catalog. I'm almost done with my boxed Super or N64 games, Drakendite. We're on the last section of 64 games. How was Guardian of the Galaxy, Grogi? Posters Seawolf Guy. What are we talking about? What posters are you talking about here, CNK? TNT reference. Nobody named Mixer Tuna won the drawing, Zentron. Who actually won the drawing? I'm sure if I won the drawing, somebody would have told me. Before me asking. A bit more sad. Interesting that that's possible. Alright, and I do have a second copy of Turok in box that I got from a lot that I picked up. Game is in there. Manual's in there. So this is another complete in box that's in great shape. Sometimes you just end up with doubles. What can you do? Lee Cabum. Ah, I have no idea who that is, but yeah, congrats. That person will be very happy. Alright, next up is Turok 2, Seeds of Evil. Another embossed cover to give that dinosaur feel. But only the front. None of the sides or the back. So Shadow Man holds the reins there, but black card on this game. It's another personal original. Manual's there. Oh, we got a special note. Once I've defeated the Primogen and completed the game, special cheats will be enabled. These are in addition to the cheats you may have been awarded previously during gameplay. Blah, 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 blah. Check out Uber Noodle. Okay. I don't remember there being a special note included with Turok 2, but there you go. Get in there, special note. Oh, jeez. I did miss the joke. Okay. That's... I completely missed that. That's what I get for trusting you. I should know better than to trust you, is what you're saying. No blemishes. I have wanted to potentially pick up Turok 3 complete in box, but I never did. I do have a loose copy, but never got the box. I do have Turok Rage Wars, though. Another embossed game. And this one, embossed on the front and on the sides, but not on the back. So once again, Shadow Man still holds the slight edge. Head-to-head to head-to-head combat. Impressive. That's a lot of heads. Manual. Oh, poster for South Park. Black cart. I do not have the gray cart. I missed that opportunity where if I had sent in, apparently this game is broken at one point, that you can't like do something. And if I had sent in for the replacement game, which they'd ship you on a black or a gray cart, that would be worth a whole lot more than the original. Turok Rage Wars, $10. Gray cart, $130. Just for putting it on the gray cart. But with the gray cart, it's got a fix in place on the game. So, although it'd be easy to duplicate the visual aspect, technically you would have to play through the entire game to know if you're getting duped and getting a real thing or not. So, game box manual, no blemishes. But to be honest, I'm not so interested in Turok Rage Wars that I would need to get to the end on a fixed cart. Oh, alright, what's up next? We got Wave Race 64, one of my favorite racing games and games on the 64 in general. I've mentioned it before when I talked about Wave Race on the GameCube, that the 64 version is so great because you can play it literally one-handed, because it's pretty much all stick and A, or actually stick and Z trigger. You use the A occasionally for doing tricks, because everybody likes tricks. But once again, you get one of these cool little insert how to play the game quick reference cards, which I'm a big fan of. Her bionic eyes, the ones in the robot wars. I wouldn't go that far. I can be shaken, just not easily. Just don't stir me. I had a chance at that joke, but I screwed it up. Too much delay. Wave Race. Let's get back on track here. Game box manual, no blemishes. Alright, one game that I have out in the other room that's not in here because it's on my Iron Man of Gaming shelving is Wayne Gretzky's 3D Hockey. I have it complete. I'm going to put no blemishes. It's a crisp copy out there. I think that was the only N64 game on those shelves. Actually, you can see it right above me right now. If you look up, you can see it above the N in Iron Man. And then F-Zero, Bubsy, Wayne Gretzky, and then the other games around it. Anyway, next up, WCW NWO Revenge. Not the finest of the era, but I do have a boxed copy of it from a lot purchase. Manual, poster, game, everybody's there. Normal wear. Secret Heart. Game box manual, normal wear. Add another copy. Oh, I never saw it up there before, so add another copy. I do have a loose copy as well. where I've got my little top label on it. It's actually a very heavy cart. Really no reason it should be this heavy. It's a great shape. It's a really heavy cart. What the hell's going on in here? Wonder if this one's full of drugs and I just don't know it. Alright. Alright, next up is another game that I liked that isn't talked about very much. Winback Covert Operations. Basically an early game that used cover shooting mechanics. Game is in there. Or Q-tips, that's also a possibility. Open it up for science. Should I really open it up? Manual's in there too. I'm sure, I mean, there's no reason a wrestling game should be, you know, as heavy as like heavy RPG or something like that. Or like Resident Evil. Take a nap. Let me put Winback in there. It's a game that would be probably fun to stream. Visuals don't hold up obviously as well as you would like them to. But maybe on the RGB N64 it would look a little crisper. You can put normal wear. It's got some edge wear. Alright, we'll do a quick little Here you go, this is for science. Tiny screws. So I do have the label up on top, which is going to make it tougher for it to slide apart. But it is the type of sticker label that I can just put back down. Break that seal. I do have the PS2 version. That's Winback 2. I don't think they had the original on there. So here we go. This has got a whole metal backplate. Why the hell would it have this? I don't know. And outside of that, there's two screws that hold that in. Winback did get a port to PS2? Ah, I stand corrected. Maybe I should check that out. Because I would assume the PS2 version should look a whole lot better than the N64 version. Obviously, it better look better. It's probably a battery. So, here's what I'm looking at. I mean, I've come this far. I guess I should go get a tiny screwdriver. Hold on. Alright, we'll see if this one an RF shield. Controls are kind of better. Alright, I won't have to crack out the toolbox. Actually, okay, never mind. So there you go. It's got a battery and just your regular chips and another metal plate on the inside. I mean, maybe they thought that WCW Revenge was going to be such a hot title that they needed to put all that extra value added into it. Or not. How to put this thing back together. Alright, now I've got this. There we go. Heyo! That's a follow sound. Thank you very much. Oh, knock that bit out of there. Thank you, Tease Nuts. Much appreciated. I need to slide that down a little bit. Hot title needs heat sinks? Yeah. I better replace that battery. I'm gonna say I'm okay not replacing it because I have another copy. I have my backup copy of NWO WCW Revenge, just in case I can't save my data and I need to have another copy handy. Thank you, Pinball Undesirables. That's why it's always a shame when I get follows when nobody can see it, because I really like that follow animation. I feel that people deserve to get that follow animation. Casey. Someday, if I ever get popular enough and I get too many follows, I can shorten it up to just the simple hand slap high five. It could be Namus. That would probably make sense. But then you would think that they'd find a better way to do it. I mean, why a wrestling game? We'll get to more wrestling games here soon, so we haven't gotten to my most... Actually, you know what? We already went through all the wrestling games in the second part of the loose collection of 64 games. I don't know if it did or not. It could have. Alright, you set that down. Set that back down. Mystery solved. Mystery solved. Okay, we got our final boxed 64 game here. 007, The World Is Not Enough. What title? That was WCW NWO Revenge. We were just opening up. So this is an original copy, personal original, I should say. One of the few blue carts out there. That, Hydro Thunder, and I think maybe one other. I don't remember. but this is going to be up at the top. World is not enough. This game was just... had no way to like keep up with what it was held up against. Alright. So there we go. Boxed 64 games are complete. Do I have any loose 64 games? I do. Alright. So I've got one of my 64 games sitting in my 64 right now. Want to make sure I count for him. Code All Night. And we'll just jump to him first. And that would be Battle Tanks. Notion. Fantastic. And that's game, and I'm going to put stickers because I can see a sticker on it from here. Most N64 titles had shielding. The post I found seems to imply that. Well, do I have a... Let me do this. Let me pick a lesser title. Now this one might be a little fancier. Here's one I don't care as much about. Top Gear Rally. We'll just pop this real quick. This will only take a moment. Face the mic. I'm usually facing the mic. If I'm not talking loud enough. And I'm sure it wasn't anything important that was said. Alright, this one was it was just a smaller... Alright, so that explains something. Shielding is there. It's just a smaller chipset. Because the other one had the battery on it. And the extra chips. So yeah, they probably all have that same metal shielding. Just a bigger chipset. For all that sweet, hot wrestling action. Someday I need to buy a formal one of these that has a handle so I don't end up misplacing it. I've already felt like I've misplaced it many a time. Alright, Top Gear Rally, you go over there. Alright, now we're on to the Loose Games collection setup. Aero Gauge. Let's see how we're doing here. This one's got a price tag on it still. Looks like I'm losing money on Aero Gauge. I was at $7.99. But the game's in good shape. Search.org. Added to the collection. I'll just keep them stacked there so I can put them back appropriately. Next one up is Armorines Project Swarm. Another one of the black carts. It's a game that I don't remember. I didn't play it. This is an afterwards pickup for me. But I always wanted to play it. And I think it's supposed to be okay, but not great by any means. So perhaps we'll make a good one to stream sometime just to see how good it was. Or bad, for that matter. Next up is Battle Tanks Global Assault. Do to me. Sequel to the Battle Tanks. Also a green cart, which the only other green cart I can think of right now was Rayman. Alright, here we go. I was actually wondering if I had a copy of this the other day. Body Harvest. Apparently I do. and I forgot about it. It's another one that I picked up late afterwards. Supposed to be decent, but it was never just as good. Also made by the DMA guys who did Space Station Silicon Valley and Grand Theft Auto. Playing defunct as of August 2004. Oh, Armorines. No blemishes. She's good. This would be another one I'd like to check out sometime. Here we go. Here's one that I didn't remember buying, but I must have bought it at Cool Stuff. It must have been one of those. It's sitting there. It was expensive. I didn't know why, so I bought it. I went through a phase of doing that whenever they'd have a rare, expensive game. This is a long time ago, though. And probably a good thing I did, because it's one of the more expensive 64 games. Bomberman 64, Second Attack. It was funny, I was going through my collection and I'm like, oh, I didn't even know I had that. When I was seeing what I had that was valued higher or not. Good shape. Let me take another look at that. It's gone up. It's come back down quite a bit, actually, if you look. It used to be up in the 140s here for a while. And it's come back down to 108. Although if I went to eBay, people are probably still trying to sell it for a 150-ish price, I bet. I say that. Let's have a quick look. Bomberman 64 Second Attack. Yeah. 135 seems to be what people are asking. Ooh, buy it now for 115. Game only, no box directions. That's probably not real. Probably repro stuff here. Anyway. Next up. I could have a better label on this, but this would make another good stream game. Chameleon Twist. Label is significantly faded, unfortunately. But I picked both of these up at the same time. Look at that box. That'd be a good box to have. Maybe not $80 worth, but it's a cute looking box. I'm going to put torn label. Label is color worn. And with what I just said, spoilers. But I have Chameleon Twist 2 as well. And this one's got a Property of Blockbuster sticker right on the freaking... right over pretty much the entire label. So there's, as far as I can tell, absolutely no way to remove that without destroying the label. Thank you, Blockbuster. Here's another one that would be completely ridiculous to pay for complete in box. Although the color on this one's great. Go figure. Next up is Chopper Attack. I don't know why I picked this one up. I think it was supposed to be okay as far as like a overhead chopper shooter type game. Kind of one that I probably should test out sometime. And find out if it's worth keeping or not. Chopper Attack. Chopper. Chopper Attack would be a game called, what do you call that? State of Emergency. Yeah, that's right. That's Chopper Attack. Clay Fighter, 63 and a third. Not the Sculptor's Cut. I have had an opportunity in the past to pick up a Sculptor's Cut, and I passed on it because Crap game. Have no big interest in buying a crap game. Not that this is a good game either, but not going to pay that much for a crap game. Apparently, I way overpaid for this game since it says that I bought it for $19.99. The hell is wrong with me? Put normalware on it. And this is apparently only worth $10, so someone got the best of me there. Alright, let's see how I did on this one. Here's another pickup of a game that's just more uncommon than anything else. Also terrible, though. Daikatana. I picked it up more of its uncommonness. Click it. Jeez. It would have been a good investment to have bought it brand new because it'd be worth a whole lot more today. Stickers and normalware. Some stickers on the sides. Look like Blockbuster stickers again. Hey Zerdo, how's it going, man? Thanks for stopping by. Alright, another one that's okay. Destruction Derby 64. This would be one where I remember playing Destruction Derby on the PS1, and I picked this up more recently. And it's kind of like the graphics are a bit muddled, but it's not bad outside of that. It's okay. It's what it is. It is in good shape though, so no blemishes. Hey me, etc. How's it going? Looks like an exciting stream. Have you reached the 1 million mark in projected value? No, I have not, Zerdo. Far from. I don't know if you're being serious or not, me, etc. I don't know if exciting is the word for it. I guess it depends on the person. 25K? I haven't checked in a little while, but I guess... Namus, you must have the window still open. 715, and we're shy 25 by another $134. Really exciting. Okay. With a Kappa face. We're getting there. Alright, next up is Diddy Kong Racing. You just happen to remember the number. Okay, well that works too. Loose copy, a little bit of a tear on the label. I didn't have this growing up. This was a later pickup for me. Although I had friends that had it when I was growing up that really enjoyed the kind of open world story-esque aspect of the adventure part of racing. And that appealed to me too a bit. A later pickup, but Doom 64. One I always remember seeing from early pictures, early screenshots of the 64 coming out. I'll just put normalware. And I never picked it up growing up. But yeah, I just remember pictures of it. Maybe. That sounds about rightish, Zerdo. I didn't necessarily have any plans of keeping track of or saving or saving any of these as highlights. It might have been, it might not have been. If I'm starting with Wii U games in that video, then yes, it would be. But most likely it is Looks like May 15th is where it cuts off. If it starts with the Wii U stuff, then yeah. I don't know if there'd really be any interest of anybody to want to really watch this for me to like save it on YouTube or anything like that. Extreme G2. As a big fan of the original Extreme G, I felt that this was also a very good game. Except this is probably going to be under X for XG2. Yeah. Nothing fancy, but I always enjoyed the Extreme G series a lot. Except I felt very disappointed by the third one when I streamed that one on the GameCube. Really big disappointment. You're going to download them and put them on a DVD. Really? So you implying that maybe I should actually try to save them so that they could be watched at a later point in time by people? Alright, next up is Gauntlet Legends. Gauntlet games are always kind of a fun romp of gaming, especially if with multiple people. No blemishes. Gotcha, Zerto. Well, I appreciate you enjoying it that much. I mean that. Alright, next up is... this is a fun one. Glover. This is one I wouldn't mind checking out on stream sometime. Thanks, Zentron. I can always count on you. Here's another one I didn't actually realize that I had. Let's see here real quick. Alright, so next one up is Goemon's Great Adventure. Very Japanesey game. Have I ever considered speedrunning? Not a lot. The only game that I would consider speedrunning right now would be Miss Pac-Man Turbo to speedrun to the kill screen. Okay, cool, Zerto. Maybe I'll highlight them in Twitch so they just stay there indefinitely. I don't really have much to say about Goemon. It was a later pickup. Situation where sometimes I'll grab uncommon games when they appear at the local store as long as the cart's in good shape. Just because you don't see them that often. And it's not supposed to be a bad game, so... Alright, next up, the other blue cart. Hydro Thunder, owned by KK. I appreciate him writing on there for me. Whoops, missed. I think I used to own Iggy's Wrecking Balls and I got rid of it. Writing. Thanks, KK. Here's another one I need to pick up. Not that I know if I would really like it or not, but Hybrid Heaven always interested me. I don't know if it's a game that holds up really well, though, to be honest. Jet Force Gemini. This can be played on the Rare Replay as well. Probably the better way to play it than playing it on the 64 at this point. They did Wave Race on the 64, and then they did Wave Race Blue Storm on the GameCube. So there's been 2. No security labels, CNK. 3D platforming parts. The combat's good. Interesting. I didn't even know it had 3D platforming on it. And both Wave Races were good, in my opinion. All right, next one up is the original Mario Party. Probably my favorite of all the Mario parties, just because it's so much meaner than any of the other ones by far. Biggest thing about this one, other than the games that were tougher on you as a player, was that when you play games against other people, the winners would earn coins and the losers would lose coins. And after the first one, they got rid of that to where the losers didn't lose anything, but the winners won stuff. So this just took it to another level, that everything you won, you stole from somebody else. And it's a great trick. Oh no. Another loose one's falling apart there. Okay, next up is Mischief Makers. It's got a little bit of discoloration on the back label. It's a 2.5D platforming stylish game, I guess. Writing, torn label on the back, normal wear. Alright, I got a few others here. Kind of falling on me. Sounds like Monopoly. Alright, now here's one that I really liked. I remember running this and me and my brother playing it quite a bit. Mortal Kombat Trilogy. And one of the reasons I like this one so much was that I'm bringing that up. Was that the character select screen was large and symmetrical, and what we would do is we'd split it in half right down the middle, and we'd play. And whenever a character was taken out by another character with a fatality, then that character would be knocked off completely. Off the other person's side, and you'd play until you ran out of guys. Hey Skins, how's it going, man? Thanks for stopping by. So that was always fun to kind of play it that way a little bit differently. Alright. We got a series of sports games here. NBA Jam 2000. Also known as fake NBA Jam. But it's a red cart. Okay. Alright, these are different. I can stack these back in though. You were chosen in the Pinball EDU raffle? Really? What were you chosen to win? A pinball machine or something different? If you won a pinball machine, I'm slightly thinking you'd be way more happy than just one exclamation point. But maybe you're still in shock. All right, next up, more basketball. NBA Hang Time, which is the true NBA Jam, if you're unaware of that. NBA Hang Time is what NBA Jam is supposed to be, where NBA Jam turned into what it wasn't supposed to be. And this is actually a really fun game. Pinball Arcade season. See, I could read through one exclamation point is not enough for winning a brand new pinball machine. Do you know who won the machine? Apparently I was misled into who it was earlier. Yes, still nice indeed. This has got a sticker on it. So stickers, normal wear. This is a really fun game though, no doubt. Well worth the money. Alright, now here's another one. NBA Courtside 2 with Kobe Bryant. This is made by Left Field Company again. NBA Courtside 2. And these games were made by the same people who did Excite Bike. And they went for a more simulation-y style, but I remember these being actually fun or decent games if you could actually get the mechanics down while playing it. Not saying it was great, just, oh, we got a sticker on the back. But it wasn't a bad version to play. Alright, next up is NFL Blitz. Just the original, not 2000 or 2001. It got to the point when I had the NFL Blitz machine, I wanted to collect other NFL Blitz carts as well. So I did. This one's in good shape. And then, this one I picked up because it was 99 cents. WWF Warzone. And I'll show you why. Not because of the game. Although it's well worth more than 99 cents right now anyway. Actually in good shape. But for the Japanese game I have, Sin and Punishment, the N64 region locks their games solely based on the fact that the cart doesn't fit. So take a look at where these little notches are on the bottom of the cart. And then if I hold this one up next to it, there's the, there we go. You can see the slots on the Japanese one versus the US one are in different spots. So you won't physically be able to put this cart into your American 64. So on the cart, all I did was I took the back off of WWF Warzone and put it on the Japanese cart, put the Japanese back onto here just for storage purposes, and I can play it on my American 64 without having to go in there and break the tabs off. So I didn't have to break the system to unregion lock it, you just got to put on a new back. So it's just like SNES, exactly. Yeah, only 5 times the cost. So once in a while I'll buy a cheapo game just to get a better backing for a game that's got a bad one, or in this case to swap it with a Japanese one. Which is, I'd rather do it that way because it makes sure to keep everything original. Keeps it simpler. Alright. Well, it appears that we have now finished this entire shelf right here. We finished that shelf over there. So the next thing up is basically to dive into the closet. Which doing that is going to require me to adjust the way we are sitting. Ugh. And I'm not sure if I've got any other games or something sitting around places. So how long have I been streaming for here? 4 hours. Holy crap. I did not realize we've been cataloging games for 4 hours now. What do you guys think? Should I, is this a good stopping point? Are you guys wanting to watch more cataloging, sweet cataloging action? Give me your thoughts. We could either jump into there and start working on the closet stock, or we could take a break and pick it up another time. You're up for more cataloging. Let's have a look. Alright, we're going to slide back into here. I basically slide this here so I'm sitting literally inside here, and then I might move the camera inside the closet. So I got a table I got to move out of the way there.
You know we all die, but the goal isn't to live forever, but to create something that will. Here we go.
Got a drum set here I got to get out of the way, because there's absolutely no way to manage this stuff. Alright, so I'm going to move you guys a little bit here. Drum set out of the way.
Experiences you share, the highs and the lows, experimentation with the flows, cause God knows she learned more about life from Pops' works than she ever could have gotten in church. Is that wrong?
I apologize for the movements here, everybody.
Living off love, never needing a mill, full from the enlightenment and warmth that we feel, yeah. Overflow of emotion from children chasing the girls to floating over the ocean and maybe changing the world. First two emails like, hey, that's tight. Next few emails, you changed my life. Even if I inspire and people calling it timely, all you gotta do is rewind me, cause I've got
Infinite lives, we got infinite lives. Never say never, we're gonna live forever. Infinite lives, we got infinite lives. Never say never, we're gonna live forever.
They said you only live once. Well, I beg to differ, cause you can live forever through the feelings you deliver. From the first raindrop to the rush of a mighty river, I give you the bigger picture, and leave a fissure. Open it full of hope and it's smoldering like a ocean. But seeking the
Nice, Namus. Alright, that should do it. So apparently I unplugged the... microphone while moving stuff around. You should be able to hear me now, right? I'll assume that's a yes. Yes, okay. Alright, first game up is Ape Escape, the original. So we could probably... Ape Escape. And under most circumstances that it should all be there. Okay. Exactly. Good reason to get a DualShock controller. Alright, so we want to be under PlayStation 1. Ape Escape Greatest Hits Edition. I have Greatest Hits, but there's absolutely no pricing information on it. So we're just going to do... Oh, what the hell. That's a lot of sweat. 40 years of sweat. So we'll just say Ape Escape Original. Box manual. I mean, condition on this type of stuff is not nearly as critical, but everything's there. So we're just going to say no blemishes. Alright, up next is a game that I would like to try out someday. I picked it up because it looked interesting at the store, and I don't really know much to anything about it, to be perfectly honest. But here we go. Board Game Top Shop. Board Game Top Shop. And the game is not in here because I have it in another case area at the moment. Drive the hardest bargains to win the ultimate retail challenge. 1 to 6 players compete in this fast-paced vertical board game. Scramble to buy new shops or upgrade the shops you already own. I mean, basically it sounds like Board Game Monopoly, which is why I couldn't pass it up. And I never heard of it. And I've never heard anybody ever talk about it. Hey, there's Armorines Project Swarm. Probably looks maybe better on the PlayStation. So board game. So many PlayStation 1 games. Board Game Top Shop. Come on. Is that under T for Top Shop? Top Shop. Game box manual. No blemishes. feel like that's got the potential to be like a hidden gem. What the heck is Top Shop? Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Namus. This one I got as a gift. I did not buy this. Bubsy 3D. Well known for being one of the worst, a great example of a god-awful game. This would be the type of game where I would have not bought it for myself because it's known to be so bad. Alright, up next. Someday, Namus, I'd like to find out what Top Shop really is. It'd be the kind of game that I could play by myself on stream, but it would probably be better to have someone else here to play with. How awkward is it that I'm talking in this direction and you're looking at me from this direction? Is it as awkward as I think it would be? Anyway, next up is Bushido Blade. Everybody's here. Always liked this series of games, Bushido Blade. Especially since you can basically knock out somebody else's limbs. Next up is Bushido Blade 2. For more blades of the Bushido variety. Once again, I've got the game in a different location. Which reminds me I need to go put these games back in their cases. Good art on the cover, though. I'm not good at fighting games either, Zerdo. But as long as you're playing against people who also aren't good at fighting games, they can be a lot of fun. It's all about playing against the right people. You don't have to be good. It just, you got to be playing at a similar level of that of whoever you're playing with. Alright, next one up, and I need to get the sequel to this sometime, is Bust a Groove. I had a friend that had an extra Bust a Groove 2, and he was very into going around and buying games from Goodwills, and buying anything from Goodwills and garage sales and just flipping them all constantly. And he had a chance to sell me a Bust a Groove 2, which I could have really used, and instead he opted to go get the maximum dollar he could and just give me absolutely nothing. Not even an opportunity to buy it at, I'm sure, whatever inflated prices he was trying to get it for. But then again, he's wanted a Gotcha Force for GameCube, and he wanted it back at the price that I paid for it originally, which he didn't want to pay that price, but he would work it out in trade, and I'd be okay with that. But he never had anything that I wanted, except that Bust a Groove 2. Anyway, next up, I'm not bitter. Buster Brothers Collection, which, unlike Super Buster Brothers on the Super Nintendo, the Buster Brothers Collection has Super Buster Brothers in it, but it's the arcade quality level of it. So you can play two players cooperatively, which is really why this one is so good. So, Buster Brothers Collection. if you're looking to bust some brothers, I would recommend busting the collection. Alright, next up, Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I did not play this one really as far as when it came out because I didn't have a PlayStation 1. So I was kind of missing out on the PlayStation at the time when it came out. I didn't get a PlayStation until the second one came out. So I kind of missed out on the whole PlayStation series of games, which was a shame because this was a good one. Eventually came out on downloadable platforms for you to be able to play it. But then I found myself picking up an original as well. Here's another one I've been interested in collecting the series of games for. You kind of get into it. Crash Bandicoot. I have the greatest hits edition of the first one here, which personally I'd much prefer to have the original, but unfortunately, usually when I see it in the store, I forget what I actually need in terms of, hey, which one do I have a greatest hits on, yada yada yada. So doing this would be a good way for me to get to remember what it is I'm looking for. Game box manual. No blemishes. Huh. Interesting. Which, now that I realize I didn't have any of the other Crash Bandicoots, I saw pretty much all of them at the local game store that I go to the other day when I stopped in there. But I thought I already had them, otherwise I probably would have picked them up. But yeah, I did not. Foolish of me. Anyway, up next, Dance Dance Revolution. The original mix on the PlayStation 1. Case is a little bit broken, but everything's there. I was a big DDR player. Broken hinge. And then up next is Dance Dance Revolution Canamics. Oh, that's a great image. Oh, this is great. Almost the original disc. I wonder what happened to my original disc that I got a CDR version of it in the original case. Fantastic. CDR version of game in case. Interesting. No idea where my original would have been. Alright, next up are a few here that I'm assuming will not be in the system. But more DDR games on CDRs, as I have my PS2 had been modded to allow for CDR games to work, so that I could play some of the Japanese DDR games out there. So Disney Rave, which is not, I don't believe that is the Disney Mix. I think there's it might be the Disney Mix, but this might have been the Japanese version, Disney Rave. Then I've got DDR Third Mix. Then I've got DDR Fifth Mix. Fifth Mix was fantastic, by the way. And then I've got DDR First Mix, which is probably the Japanese version as well. Back in the day when I had my PlayStation 2, playing a lot of DDR, you kind of were stuck with very few titles, but a lot of it came out in Japan. So in order to play them, you had to take the necessary means, and that meant ripping versions of DDR from overseas. And apparently I accidentally clicked on it, so now I get to wait for this entire list to load again. So now we're back to another game that actually will be on this list. Dino Crisis. Yeah, Namus. They had a Disney mix, and the Disney mix was some Disney-ish songs, but they also had like family-friendly songs, but kind of Disney-fied, if that's even a word term. And I missed and hit Digimon. Dino Crisis. This is a late pickup for me. I don't have any history with Dino Crisis. I mean, everything I have here is more or less a late pickup, except for some of the DDR stuff. What the hell? Oh, there's a Resident Evil 3 Nemesis demo disc in here. So at least I have the demo disc. Raining Blood family version, exactly. Raining Blood would make a terrible DDR song. Alright, next up is Dino Crisis 2. Double the Dino. And no demos. Oh god. Double case. Alright. Just because everybody's got to have one if you have a PlayStation. Final Fantasy VII. Original black box version. All discs are there. Alright, where you at? There you are. This is one where you can see the prices come down significantly over time. But they actually have data from back then. Alright, next up is... Oop, get in there. Final Fantasy Tactics, which is very un-Final Fantasy. A dance tune, yes, indeed. I have the greatest hits version, but I'd rather have one that's got some data on it. Alright, up next. Oh, here we go. This is one that I'd kept my eye open for a long time trying to pick up. And I finally found a online auction that I could finally pick it up at a decent enough price. And that would be Klonoa. Door to Phantom Mile. And it looks like it's gone up significantly in price since I picked it up. Even more so again for a complete version. But you can also buy this, I believe, on Sony's eShop as well. eShop, the Sony store, PlayStation Store. Alright, next up, I don't know why I bought this. I was collecting Mega Mans, Mega Man X5. I have no idea if X5 was crap or not. I know the series started to struggle on the PlayStation. Game box manual. Yeah, good timing on a Mega Man tune, isn't it? Alright, next one is another series I didn't mind collecting some of. Oddworld. Abe's Odyssey.
Of us geeksters rich, we own those that make fun of us, try to make a run at us, beat us up in classic, yeah, there's a ton of us, who's laughing now?
MC Wiley, not quite MC Wiley.
The rest of you are flipping burgers, smelling secret sauces.
But I understand what you're trying to say there. Here's a personal favorite of mine. Parappa the Rappa. Lil Wiley then. Nice. It's got some stickers on it. Should probably buy a nicer looking case copy of this sometime. But I'm a big fan of Parappa the Rappa. Maybe I shouldn't buy a new version. I did not realize this was worth that much. Alright, what do we got here? We got just a case with nothing in it. Great. Just put that over there. Here we go. Here's one that I just saw, and there's a particular company that if you see them, you should pretty much know that you're in for something half decent. Which is, here's Raystorm, and the company in question is Working Designs, with that logo right there, which it doesn't want to focus on. Fantastic, Zerdo. I keep everything in alphabetical order as well, but obviously things get a little tricky if you got numbers and the word the involved, but I generally keep it in straight order. Great. I should have a copy of Poi Poi around somewhere. We'll get back to that. Ray. Jeez. Oh, I missed. Raystorm, not Razor Freestyle Scootin'. Next up, another big case. Here's a fighting game that I picked up more because it was rare and uncommon. And I don't know why I did, because I don't generally play a lot of fighting games, but Rival Schools. This is where it gets to be collecting for collecting's sake, which I try to not do all that much, to be perfectly honest. But past versions of me sometimes can't help myself. Alright, next up is another one that's uncommon, and I picked up, but it sounded like it would be fun to play and cool. Here's the description on the back. Old school run and gun action, stealth-like tactics, mission-based gameplay over 26 missions. It is Silent Bomber.
Little story I got to tell about a nerd on a cop who did it well. Well, does that story ring a bell? Only every rich guy on the force is pal. The name's Whitey Cracker and I'm here to say I love silicon pebbles in a unique way. I got a pocket full of stones like UGK. I got a pocket with an iPhone ringing all day. And to get paid to turn the page.
I need to try it out sometime.
I never die. I'm the nerdy guy. I can
This is where you buy games and you don't even get an opportunity to play them sometimes. Alright, last one on this row. Here's another Working Designs title I picked up that was more of a, hey, this seems cool. I should definitely pick it up and try it sometime. And I may never see it again. Silhouette Mirage.
Born in the projects of New York, moms took me to Cali with no child support. Half white, half black, haters call me the static. While video games make moms call me the addict. Uncool at school, so nerd was my label.
All right, we got another half a row to go through here.
She iconic, just like Tony Stark. Dan Lee on speed dial, while haters jump the shark.
Your whole PlayStation. I can understand that, Namus. And a lot of Japanese titles really mess with that, yeah. So I got a collection going here. I went on a Spyro rampage as well. So I got Spyro 1 here. I need to go through and put the games back in. Because I'm missing the game in this case. But I'm pretty sure it's in the other case. Need to figure out if for some reason I'm missing something. If anywhere, this might be in my PS3. I think I remember booting it up and playing it. Spyro the Dragon. I remember picking up all 3 of these games for $9.99 each. One day at my local store. And if that wasn't a spoiler, we've got Spyro Riptor's Revenge. Or sorry, Riptor's Rage, my bad. Collector's Edition, whatever that means. It's not this Collector's Edition, which I had an opportunity to buy, but I had already had all of them, so I had no reason to get it. I don't know what makes this the Collector's Edition. Definitely don't have the greatest hits. It says Collector's Edition right on the disc itself, too, which is interesting. Oh, that's because this was originally in the Collector's Edition box. Because it says part of a set, not for individual return or exchange. So much for that. Watch 1 cleaning process complete. On to the next one. Excellent. Keep making that progress. Alright, up next is Spyro, Year of the Dragon, with a bit of a movable visual cover there. Everybody's there. This is not part of a set. I don't have as much to say about these since these are all pickups later on in life. Great series for a while. So here was me collecting more shooter games. Striker 1945. Sorry, Strikers 1945. There we go. Top-down shooter. So here's another situation where I picked up a game that I'd never heard of before, and it seemed priced low at the time for what it seemed like it was going for, even though that price was still high. Would probably make for a decent game to try to stream. And I don't know if anybody out there has heard of it, but we've got Team Buddies. Team Buddies. It looks like dudes you get out of a vending machine. And when I bought it, it was $129.99. So I was curious because I'd never heard of it before. Why would this game be that expensive? Let's see what it goes for now. So $195, which is weird because the pricing's just all over the place. And I did play it once, and it was actually fairly interesting. Would be kind of neat for multiple people playing to actually figure this thing out. But other than that, it's kind of just a piece of a collection. Here we go. Gotta have this. Everybody should have this. Time Shock Pro Pinball, the best digital pinball table ever created. Disc is missing, must be in the other thing. I need to go through that and get the games out of there. Whoa! When did the price of this go up? I bought this for $1.99. It's a one-table pinball game, but it is the best table you're probably going to find. Well worth it. I only paid $1.99 for this. And apparently it's worth more than that. I mean, it's worth more than $1.99. I will say that. You can download it in HD version on the iPad or iOS store. And I'm sure you can get HD versions of it on Steam or something. Definitely worth checking out. If you like digital pinball. Speaking of digital pinball, here's one called True Pinball. Trying to get that on Steam? There you go, Corgi. True Pinball breaks the mold. Not even the laws, but not the laws of gravity. Ultimate fully rendered high-speed propulsion into the electronic world of pinball fervor. Choose from 4 detailed tables: Babe Watch, Extreme Sports, Vikings, and Law and Justice. I don't know if I've actually played this. I feel like I did. I don't remember if it was any good. But there you go, True Pinball. Not to be confused with the false pinball, of course. Gotta love it when the complete cost is less than the loose. Alright. Up next, Jammer Lammy. The somewhat sequel to that of Parappa the Rappa. Although I never liked it as much. And I don't have much to say about it. Alright, next up is, for RTS fans, just because I had a soft spot in me for this one, Warcraft 2, The Dark Saga. I was a Warcraft. I enjoyed Warcraft 1 when it came out, and this is Warcraft. I enjoyed Warcraft 2 when it came out, and this is basically Warcraft 2 with the Tides of Darkness expansion pack built in. Tides of Darkness and the Dark Portal expansion pack. Sorry. Not one I see very often. So I ended up picking up when I had the opportunity to. Alright, now we've got some games that are probably not in the system. I'm in my Japanese stuff. So once again, back to Dance Dance Revolution. You've got fourth mix here, in case you were wondering why I didn't have a fourth mix. And I'm sure it's not there because it wasn't before. It's not there now, of course. Then I've got a Zug Zug, exactly. I've got a copy of IQ, but it's the Japanese version, which is Intelligent Cube. It's a puzzle game. The US, it just happened that this was available, and I hadn't seen the US version around ever. Intelligent Cube, there's that. But I don't have the original one, so I'm not going to put it in. And I clicked on it again like an idiot. Let's see here. I should have a copy. I don't know where it's at. Oh, that black empty case did have Poi Poi in it. I'll put that in here. But that's in the case with the other stuff. It's one of the very few games that I've actually got as a loose copy. How many games don't I have? A lot of games. I don't have a lot of games. Alright, and all this is just blank CD cases and some music CDs on that shelf. So that's it for my PlayStation 1 games. Let's see here. Let's do, we'll do just a little bit more, and then we'll call it a day here. I'm missing a lot. Probably 99% CNK. There's a lot of games in the world. The PlayStation 1 had a massive collection of games. Alright, so next, in my shelving at least, is Atari 2600. So we'll go there. First up is Battlezone. And just going to put a lot of these as game and normal wear because they're just exposed with a label on it all the time. Just stack them like this. Alright, next up is Berserk. Alright. After that is Circus Atari. I keep my selection of Atari games kind of more to minimum because they got to be games that I would actually be interested in playing. And there's a lot of games in the Atari world. But then there's a handful that are a lot of fun. We got Crystal Castles up next. And you get a lot with really good art on them like this. I didn't know they had Crazy Climber on Atari. No picture though. Crystal Castles. Box, normal wear. You have Crystal Castles Arcade. Awesome. So you have the original arcade with the trackball and everything, I take it? That's pretty cool. I've only seen it at conventions where they've got a lot of arcade games. Next up is Defender. You might have noticed a theme here where I'm basically collecting the popular or more common arcade titles, or just arcade titles in general. In pretty good condition too. Awesome. I want to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, doesn't have it a cool outer cabinet to it, or was it one of the more bland ones? I can't remember. Next one up, and this is a pretty cool one actually. Dodge 'em. A little bit of a car racing-ish avoiding game. Dodge 'em. And of course, gotta have me a Frogger. The thing is, a lot of these arcade ports are, some aren't that good, but as far as how they compare to the original game, like, the concept of the gameplay is there. Like, playing Frogger on an Atari, it's not quite Frogger, but you're playing Frogger. If that makes sense. Probably one of my rarer Atari games. Not that it's rare. But Frogger 2 3 deep. Just to keep it 3 deep with three E's in 3. Frogger 2 3 deep. So yeah, probably one of my rare Atari games. That's why I kind of limit the collection I've got, because being disappointed, like, you gotta be playing the right games, and you gotta play them under the right tenses. Like this one here, Frogs and Flies. This is a fun game if you've got 2 people playing. Super basic, but it's fun to play 1 or 2 rounds of it. Nothing crazy going on there, but it's gonna be a good time. But yeah, these aren't games to be played in long stretches for sure. It's the only problem with streaming them, is I'd have to be changing out games so often. For my own personal sake. Okay, up next, another arcade game I love, Moon Patrol. I'm certainly a fan of Moon Patrol. TI-99 isn't a listed system. You can't have them all. Oh, and apparently I've got another copy of Moon Patrol. As for why I've got 2 Moon Patrols, I have no idea. It's probably an accident. Although, they are slightly different from each other. Especially if you look at the end label. You gotta love the variants of Atari. They've got tons of them. Add another copy of Moon Patrol. No reason I should have 2. Alright, next up is Q*bert. Unfortunately, I don't have Q*bert cubes. I got a picture of Q*bert cubes. I do, there it is. I have no idea what that is. But I've got regular Q*bert. Oh, this one's held on barely by tape. We've got Street Racer. If I recall correctly, I do like this game. A lot of star games, or space games. Street Racer. Set NES to the late age limit. I don't blame you. I mean, it's kind of cool to have some of this, but I really put so little time on Atari. It's like once in a while I'll jump over to the Atari and boot it up, but not often. Alright, next up is Tron Deadly Discs. Hard to focus on that. Not a great game, but it's a Tron game, so sometimes you can't say no. Here we go. Now here's one of the best Atari games of all time. Warlords. This is a game that's still fun to play no matter what if you've got multiple people. No way around it. You're going to have a good time. The base of the game, the concept is too good. And then, no surprise, last one is Yar's Revenge. Another good game. So that's it for my 2600 games. I do have 7,800 games, which we will go through next. I've got a few more rare ones in there. I don't have a 5,200. Actually, I kind of missed out on some of this stuff. I don't have a PlayStation 1 console. Atari 2600. Systems. I do have one of these console normal wear, I'll just put. $7,800. Do the system first. Now this particular one, I already have it in the collection. Okay. Apparently I'm on it. Atari 800 or Atari 400. There you go. There's your Atari 400, aka typewriter. All right, kicking it off strong with a more uncommon 7800 game, Alien Brigade. So, in case those who are unaware, the Atari 7800 plays a lot more graphically like the NES, which is kind of cool. So this is a little bit more of a less common game, which used to be up in the 50s, to be honest, and it looks like it's actually come down a bit. I'm going to mark these as normal wear, though. And then you're going to notice a similar trend here. Oh, I do not have any of that 800, 400 series of Atari stuff. Next up is Asteroids. Back to the trend of arcade games. After that, it's Centipede. It's a shame they went with the black and white rather than the color. Centipede. Next up is Dig Dug. So once again, I'm kind of sticking more to the whole getting arcade titles on the system, which was kind of the driving force for me getting it. Plus there was, oh, here I stand corrected, Donkey Kong, color label, in my face. Here's a little bit more of a less common one, maybe. Double Dragon with a text-based cover, really selling it here. And this plays a lot like Double Dragon. I booted this up before. Here's a game I would love to get an arcade version of this. And at Southern Fried Gaming Expo a few years ago, they had a sit-down cocktail version, and that is Food Fight. This game is a blast to play, but it requires a specific, they have specific joysticks for them. So your 4 or 8-way joysticks are not going to cut it. And having it as a cocktail game would have been amazing. I wish I could have bought it from that guy. I didn't even know they had elevator action. Food Night? Or Fight Night, sorry. Food Fight. Food Fight. Such a good game. We've got Galaga. Oh, Gremlins. I didn't even know there was a Gremlins. What is Gremlins? You got a cover? Of course it doesn't. And then next up is Joust. You could probably guess what the next game is just by looking at the list and seeing what the next arcade title is that pops up. Whoa. There we go. And here we go. Next one, another color one. Mario Brothers. With not a lot of super going on. And what do we got next? Big surprise, Miss Pac-Man makes the cut. Here we go. More text action. Pole position 2. And Robotron 2084. It's pretty much like having an arcade. Only titles here. Whole reason I bought this system. There's a few non-black and white labels. There was Donkey Kong and Mario Brothers has got color in it, but most of them are all black and white, which is kind of depressing. And Xevious, another black and white label. It's the last one on the list there. But I do have 2 boxed games. I have a boxed copy of Commando. New, mind you. You have a Xevious. Nice. Commando is colored. And I do have the game manual. Look at that. Limited 90-day warranty as well. I wonder if that's still good. 1987. Now let's see what Commando goes for. What does Commando command? Whoa! That's pretty decent for a box complete copy. Normal wear for sure. That's a $103 boxed Commando right there. And then the last one is a boxed Donkey Kong Jr. Also new. Not to be confused with the old. And this is actually in really good shape. This box. It's actually in great shape. Junior's Revenge. Here's the game itself, colored label. And here's the game manual. Donkey Kong's back, it says. Some other text in there. Box is in phenomenal shape on this one. No reason this box should be in this good a shape. Commando definitely commands a high value. I don't think Donkey Kong Jr. it is actually worth more if I threw the box away. But normal wear even though it looks great.
Well, we can definitely help you out, depending on the significance.